delegations from West Point, etc. Can I encourage people to come forward, please? Fill up our center aisles. Center sections. Come forward. Eric, you can fill me whenever you're ready. It's my great pleasure to open up the final day. Let's see, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. This is the fifth day. The fifth day of an epic. My name is Sherman. For those of you who may not know me, this is my CODA Symposium, and I'm ecstatic to have you here, and very, very honored and pleased by the quality of what's preceded here, and I know, looking at the panel and knowing these people, that this is going to be an invigorating session as well. So I'm handing this over to Eric, one of our seniors and one of our stalwarts of our class. Eric is a legacy. His sister was here with us before, so when I think about community, and I realize, I'm not sure where his parents are, but how lucky you are, there you are, to have a daughter and a son like this. It's a treasure. So I'm handing it over to your young man.
Hello. Can everyone hear me? Hello, and welcome to the 31st Norris and Marjorie Bennetson EPIIC International Symposium, Europe in Turmoil. My name is Eric Anderson, and I'm a senior majoring in French and International Relations with a thematic concentration in International Economic Development. Over the next 2 hours, I will have the privilege of moderating this panel, which will address the issue of challenges to foreign policy integration. While the multifaceted issues within this topic are intriguing on their own, questions regarding the members of the EU and their ability to continue to make progress towards an integrated foreign policy hold significant implications for the European project as a whole. Since the final shot fired during World War II, the European project has been predicated on the building of a supranational entity by integrating areas of national sovereignty incrementally. This was seen first in the European Coal and Steel Community, which came into force in 1952, and was iterated in various ways over the next 4 decades. This was seen with the establishment of a European customs union, the opening of national borders through the Schengen Agreement, the founding of a European monetary union, and the building of the supranational political and economic union that we know as the EU of today. Thus, in the face of growing security and foreign policy issues in Europe, ranging from an increasingly powerful and adventurous Russia, the current refugee crisis, and an increasing threat of terrorism, questioning the feasibility of this next major step of the European project is becoming a growing necessity in determining where the legitimacy of the EU will lay in the future. Will it shirk at the prospect of further integration and maintain its position as solely a political and economic union? Or will the EU emerge as a major actor on the global stage? During this panel, we will analyze and dissect past failures of the European project to achieve foreign policy integration, and will investigate the feasibility of such projects in the future, given resilient, complex, and often dissonant foreign policy objectives. In particular, this panel will address a number of pressing issues, developments, and concerns. How has the rise of bilateralism in the wake of the Eurozone debt crisis impacted relations within the EU? What effect has the budding Sino-German relationship, as well as China's selective trade deals, had on the internal unity of the European Union. Moreover, as alluded to by its title, this panel will place a particular emphasis on the foreign policy objectives of European nations and will delve into the complex interactions and conflicts that arise as a result of the varying national priorities of the EU and its members. How has the European Union shaped and ultimately influenced the relations between its member states? What are the implications of these complex and multi-layered relationships within the context of an increasingly competitive and globalized world? Does Germany, in fact, occupy a semi-hegemonic position in Europe? And if so, what does this mean for relations between EU members, given Europe's historical memory from World War II? What might the potential of a Brexit mean for the future of European EU foreign policy integration? In answering these questions, we will attempt to shed light on whether the foreign policies of EU members are in fact converging or diverging, and what the future of foreign policy integration may look like as a result of the current power structure and national prerogatives of the EU's member states. Our panelists, Professor Maya Cross, Dr. Joe Koops, Dr. Peter Balazs, and Dr. Nadia Arbatova, all of whom come from different backgrounds and areas of expertise, will contribute to our discussion today. Each of our 4 panelists will have 12 minutes to speak. A timer will show a yellow light when there are 2 minutes remaining, and then we'll count upwards during the final minute. We ask that you please respect the time given to each panelist so as to ensure sufficient time for debate. After all of our speakers have finished, they will have the opportunity to ask each other questions before we open the floor to the audience. So first on our panel today will be Professor Maya Cross. Professor Cross is an assistant professor of political science and international affairs at Northeastern University and an expert on European politics, European foreign and security policy, epistemic communities, crises, and diplomacy. Apart from teaching, Professor Cross is a term member of the Council on Foreign Relations, an affiliate at Harvard Center for European Studies, a co-chair of the EU as a Global Actor Interest section of the EU Studies Association, and a senior researcher at the Arena Center for European Studies. Given her expertise in European integration, the EU's common foreign and security policy, and its common security and defense policy, Professor Cross has authored and co-edited a number of books and publications, including titles such as Security Integration in Europe, How Knowledge-Based Networks Are Transforming the European Union, which was the 2012 winner of the Best Book Prize from the University Association of Contemporary European Studies. Other titles include The European Diplomatic Corps, Diplomats and International Cooperation from Westphalia to Maastricht. Furthermore, she's co-editor of European Public Diplomacy, Soft Power at Work, and her most recent forthcoming book is entitled The Politics of Crisis in Europe. Professor Cross, the panel is yours.
Thank you very much for that great introduction. It's really wonderful to be here. Thank you, Sherman, for inviting me. And it's amazing that so many of you are here on a Sunday. So it's great to have the chance to speak with you about the EU's foreign policy and its challenges. My role as the first presenter is to give a bit of a broader overview of this topic, and I'm happy during the Q&A to go into some of the more finer points of what I'm about to say. So my overarching point is that the EU's foreign policy is a really important goal, and it actually has been since the inception of the EU with the European Coal and Steel Community. Given all of the various crises that we observe today, the very negative media coverage that comes up time and time again, there are actually a lot of misperceptions and misunderstandings about the EU's international role today. There's a tendency to simplify what the EU is, to mischaracterize it, and so on. So I'm going to make 3 general points along these lines to sort of respond to kind of the EU's image in its external relations. The first main point is that there are deep historical and identity-based roots to what the EU is doing today in terms of foreign policy, and it's often not recognized very much or understood. Second, the EU has actually emerged as a leader in global governance today. And third, even though there have been these major crises where consensus breaks down, these crises at the same time do serve as enablers or catalysts for the EU in terms of its future trajectory and foreign policy goals. And in fact, as I argue in my most recent book, these crises actually tend to lead to more integration. So I'm just going to elaborate upon these first 3 points. The first argument is looking at the deep historical and identity-based roots of EU foreign policy. And in this regard, I would really emphasize the security dimension. In effect, the EU, and in its previous carnations, has always been about security. And I would trace the origins of the main impetus to create a common foreign policy in Europe actually back to the interwar period. During this period after World War I, it's little remembered that there was actually a strong call for a world government that would be based on federalism. It was quite a strong narrative that was not only popular in Europe, but also popular in the United States. As the president of the International Studies Association recently wrote, throughout the 1940s, it was impossible in the United States to read periodicals, listen to the radio, or watch newsreels and not encounter the idea of a world government. So this is clearly, for our ears, very idealistic sounding, and it obviously, as an idea, died down. But in some respects, it persisted, but to a lesser degree in Europe. In fact, in Europe, a federalist movement grew in the interwar period, and it became even stronger after World War II. There was a desire to create some kind of United States of Europe, while there was much debate over what form this would possibly take. So even though we think of European federalism today as some sort of unrealistic dream, especially in today's context, at the time it was actually a kind of scaled down version of this narrative about a call for world government. So as evidence for this, even as early as 1950, the French president proposed a European defense community, which would include an EU army under a kind of European political community to control what the defense community would do. It would include a federalist structure and a decision-making structure built around the 6 main original member states of the EU. With American support, this idea for a defense community was signed, but then in the ratification process, it eventually failed to reach enough support. 5 of the 6 countries were ready to go forward with it, but not France. So instead of federalism, as Eric described in his opening remarks, the EU developed institutions with some degree of supranationalism, that is, a pooling of sovereignty in Brussels institutions. And this kind of supranationalism grew over time. More and more, there was this clear trend forward with member states willing to give up sovereignty until ultimately, in a kind of culmination, you have the 2012 Nobel Peace Prize recognizing what the EU had achieved. So all of this is basically to say, as part of my first point, that this idea of having foreign policy integration has deep roots. The media, public commentators tend to talk about it as though, the EU is a trading bloc and there isn't much impetus towards a deeper level of integration. There's actually a sense of loyalty towards it, and opinion polls continually show that EU identity as a kind of add-on to national identity is on the rise. Consistently, in fact, Europeans trust EU government institutions more than their national governments. The second point now is that foreign policy integration is important in the sense that the EU already is a leader, actually, in terms of where it's gone through incremental integration over several decades. It is a leader in global governance today. We rarely see mention of this or see the EU described in this way because the focus is much more on these particular critical junctures in which the EU fails to speak with one voice. I would say that the EU is actually a very special type of actor in the field of global governance. It's the most advanced and successful example of international cooperation, and some would describe it really as the biggest political innovation of the 20th century. We see this increasingly with the various attributes of the 2009 Lisbon Treaty, with the advent of a post equivalent to an EU foreign minister, the European External Action Service with over 140 delegations around the world, the fact that the EU now has a single legal personality, it can sign treaties, and then most recently the actual use of the mutual defense clause and so on. So when it comes to the EU's external role, yes, it is still a relatively new foreign policy actor. It didn't achieve this status in treaty until the 1992 Maastricht Treaty. But what it has achieved so far in cooperation and even integration of their policies is remarkable and unexpected, given the nature of anarchy, given the way that we study international relations and competition in the international system. But looking at the over 30 common security and defense policy missions and operations across several continents, it's clear that the EU is beginning to move and act in this area. Sometimes it's in more informal ways, through networks and epistemic communities, through influence on the ground. Sometimes it's through diplomacy, particularly in the area of trade, humanitarian aid, the environment, human rights, and so on. The EU participates in regimes like we saw in its climate diplomacy leadership at the Paris Climate Summit a few months ago. It also participates on a daily basis in formal international organizations, the UN, the NATO, the G7. In fact, in the United Nations, if you look at its record just on a daily, regular basis, the EU is speaking and voting with one voice over 97% of the time, even on controversial issues like the Middle East. So these things are often not amplified in our understanding of the EU. The focus tends to be on these junctures where there is failure to reach consensus. But we have to recognize, I think, that it has, in a sense, already arrived when it comes to global governance. When we look at incremental integration, it has overcome some of these foreign policy challenges. It still has a ways to go. When there is discussion of the use of force, for example, there's much more debate and deliberation over what to do. But overall, in this incremental daily way, the EU is a leader when it comes to foreign policy and global governance. So my third point is a little less optimistic, because at the same time, we have to recognize that the EU does face these crises. There is a breakdown in consensus. We see it every few years. But at the same time, as I'll end with, the EU tends to kind of respond to these crises with more political will to integrate over the longer run. So we tend to focus on things like the agreement or lack thereof in Iraq 2003, where member states broke down according to several fragmentations when President Bush called for an invasion of Iraq. We see the breakdown in things like Libya in 2011. Right now, we see it in terms of responding to the refugee flows. So these problems are there, and often are characterized as existential crises for the EU. That is, the very existence of the EU is at stake. I would still suggest, though, even though these are serious challenges, that the crisis label is overused and misused, especially in the media, because, as you know, bad news sells. So it's every few years, like clockwork, we see journalists proclaiming the end of Europe. Yet we witness time and time again the EU persists. In fact, it is actually quite resilient. But there's this tendency for a kind of integrational panic to grow when there is such intense focus and frenzy over these crises. It almost takes on a self-fulfilling prophecy dynamic, especially in the Eurozone crisis with the contagion effect. And so it is, even though there is this kind of socially constructed dynamic to the buildup of crises, they are quite dangerous. I would say, though, that actually, in looking at this in a more pragmatic light, we are talking about democracies. We're talking about 28 democracies where it's natural that they will disagree over major foreign policy challenges. And comparison to the United States is very instructive. The polarization of just two political parties in the American system is often more of a problem than disagreement in Brussels. Unlike the US, the EU government has never shut down. But even when the EU's response to major existential crises is seen as a failure, you have this kind of catalyst effect, and this has been going on for some time. So I would point to, the first catalyst being perhaps the end of the Cold War, when it seemed the US was shifting its attention away from Europe. This led to the creation, I would say at least in part, of the EU's common foreign and security policy. Another catalyst could be in the 1990s, the Balkan Wars and crisis over Kosovo. this played a role in triggering the common security and defense policy. A third catalyst, the US transatlantic rift over Iraq. This sense that there was a strong divide under the Bush presidency between the US and Europe. This was the same year, 2003, in which you saw the European Security Strategy, which is the key document articulating when Europe is going to act and in what ways. A fourth catalyst we could point to as terrorist attacks in the EU, starting with 2004 and 2009 and leading up to today with the recent Paris attacks. You see the advent of the strategy on radicalization and recruitment, which kind of bridges internal and external security, but also a whole host of new policies in the wake of the Paris attacks. The passenger named record agreement, for one, the use of the mutual defense clause, sending security specialists out to the European External Action Service delegations, and so on. There are many new policies in the wake of that threat. Today, with the Russia threat, you know, it's interesting and important, I think, to remember the origins of this, because it began with the uprising in Ukraine. And this was first triggered, this uprising was triggered by the pro-Russian Yanukovych government that didn't want to sign the association agreement with the EU. So this crisis was fundamentally about the draw, the pull that the EU had. And then the EU responded to it with an EU-wide sanctions regime. It wasn't easy. There have been divisions among member states about how strong the sanctions regime should be. But these things rarely are easy for the EU. There is this effort to struggle and to come up with a common approach. So the roots of that crisis are actually pro-European. And I would say that overall, looking at this kind of history of crises and then lurching forward with responses, it's important not to overstate the doomsday scenarios about Europe, because time and time again, these predictions have been proven false. So there are challenges. The EU has to kind of continue its incremental drive towards more and more integration and cooperation in the foreign policy area. It will encounter more and new kinds of threats. And this is where EU consensus tends to break down, when there isn't a kind of pre-established policy in that area, when it's an unprecedented threat. But there's a tendency to assume that the EU is sliding backwards, and I would say that we should caution against that. And just to conclude, I think when we talk about Europe in crisis, and particularly when we're talking about Europe dealing with foreign policy challenges, it's important to distinguish between different types of the use of the word crisis. For example, is Europe itself in crisis? Or is this really about Europe dealing with a crisis? And is Europe simply falling short of doing something that would potentially be ideal, that it's unprepared to deal with? Or is it actually in crisis? And how severe does a crisis actually have to be for us to conclude that, you know, the very existence of the EU is at stake? When is a crisis really an existential threat for Europe? So while there are these challenges remaining, I think that the EU is getting stronger and stronger in its foreign policy response. It's by no means federal, as I started out with in looking at the history of all this. But I think that it is much more of a resilient project than it's often given credit for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Joe Coops. Dr. Coops is a research professor for European foreign and security policy at the Free University of Brussels, where he is also the Dean of Vesalius College and Director of the Global Governance Institute. His research interests include the European Union as an international actor and integrative power, as well as NATO, EU, and UN approaches to crisis management, peacekeeping, and peacebuilding. He's the co-editor of titles such as The European as a Diplomatic Actor and The Responsibility to Protect, Legitimacy and Effectiveness, as well as the Oxford Handbook of the United Nations Peacekeeping Operations. Dr. Coops has worked as an advisor for the European Commission, the European Parliament, and the United Nations Department of Peacekeeping Operations. Dr. Coops.
Well, good morning, everybody. First of all, I also would like to join really the rain of praise and thank yous. I not only myself really have rarely experienced a gathering that was so intense and really enjoyable like this one, but also talking to my students who came here with me. They absolutely were thrilled with all the interaction, with the intellectual rush to the head that you get deep into the night. And so my big thanks to Sherman and all the organizers for this fantastic event. What I try to do in these 12 minutes sharp is to follow the very great presentation of Maya with a couple of points on, first of all, the topic and some definitions. Foreign policy integration. I didn't fail to notice that integration is in the title and the big three. And to talk a little bit about what we mean by this. Also, a little bit of asking the hard questions, really what kind of foreign policy the EU should be pursuing, what is possible, what is desirable, and what kind of security and what kind of foreign policy really is aimed at what. Because, of course, there are always the divides that, on the one hand, the idealists that say the EU should be an actor for good to support global peace and security, or the UN, and there are those that are a bit more minimalistic that say, well, maybe it's already enough to kind of extend internal security by preventing external threats for the Europeans. Secondly, the big three, Britain, France, Germany. Some of you who study the EU might remember the big three principle, which Charles Grant, which is the director of the Center for European Reform, one of the few remaining pro-EU think tanks in Britain, has announced in 2004. And the big three principle is essentially that France and Britain wrangle for a joint policy. They then try to get Germany behind it. And if the three agree, they finally try to convince a grumbling US to also support it and buy into it. And then normally the big work is done and other countries follow. Now that might have been true for, let's say, the last, actually half a century of EU foreign policy, if we think about the start in 1970, 73. But it becomes increasingly more difficult. That might be a good thing, that might be a bad thing, depending also in which capital of the EU you're standing in. But nevertheless, those three countries, plus the US, plus also Russia and Turkey, are really the big pillars of influence that we have to essentially examine. And finally, then also, if we talk about EU foreign policy, well, foreign policy towards what? What are the themes? What are the policy fields? And what is the impact? And there, the studies are led more by think tanks. And I know how many of you follow the European Foreign Policy Scorecard that comes out each year. It's produced by the European Council on Foreign Relations. It's an interesting exercise, as always, with scales and matrices and scoreboards. It's sometimes an oversimplification, but it's nice to concentrate our minds if we want to think about what are the fields the EU or the Europeans should be working towards and how are they faring in doing it. Now, foreign policy is in many ways not just foreign policy in itself, but it also goes deeply into the project of integration. It traditionally also was a difficult policy and always needed a kind of external other, a kind of enemy or a counter-identity. And very often, paradoxically, the US was both a strong partner, but also, for some member states, an external other against which EU foreign policy should be developing. And that's, of course, particularly a French view that has to live most strongly with that paradox. On the one hand, very closely cooperating with the US, and that has become stronger, especially during the last 5 to 6 years, but also seeing the US as a kind of inspirational rival, I guess. There's a vast literature from the academic side on EU foreign policy, and of course policymakers are now debating the future global security strategy, which is keenly awaited in May, June. Maya mentioned the European security strategy of 2003, which was born, in fact, over the Iraq War and the transatlantic rift. And now, 13 years on, the security environment is an entirely different one. And it's going to be quite interesting to see how policymakers and diplomats and security analysts will frame that global security strategy. Now, very briefly, focusing on policy integration, in fact, in 2011, I published a far too long and far too boring book, The European Union as an Integrative Power, based on my PhD thesis. And the idea was to combine Kenneth Boulding's quite bold concept of integrative power. He contrasted it with coercive power on the one hand, exchange power, the economic power, and his third category was integrative power. And sometimes he said, quite cornily, this is the power of love. In more policy-making terms, it's the power to inspire, to build institutions, to elicit and inspire loyalty, but also to practice reconciliation, an open-mind attitude to bring the former enemy and dissident back in. We heard a lot in recent days about empathy in foreign policy, reconciliation, or maybe trying to reach across borders. And even though Kenneth Boulding's term of integrative power sounded pretty perfectly suited for the EU, he never really considered it. In 1989, when his book came out, he just thought, well, maybe the UN can be an organization that can bring some policy relevance to this quite lofty concept of integrative power. It seems to be that the EU at some stages might be a better candidate for it. It has built institutions. It hasn't always consistently inspired loyalty, certainly not from its own citizens, even though the big integration scholars, if you think about Ernst Haas, has predicted exactly that. Integration, in the most maximalist definition, is a move towards shifting loyalties to a higher entity beyond the nation state. That's something that really hasn't happened as it was predicted, but of course there are processes of Europeanization, socialization. A lot of studies have come out to see how the interaction between diplomats and especially also military officers and analysts have led to some convergence. Now, that's the maximum definition. So integration really means more than cooperation. It means more than coordination. It really means a shared identity. In security policies, we often talk about a shared security identity or strategic culture. But again, as Maya said, that's difficult if we think about the very deeply rooted historical and cultural differences that the key member states, even the big three, have when we think about core issues such as the use of force, the importance of international law, the importance of the UN. Those three member states differ quite widely in how to deal with these threats. So a minimalist definition was put forward on integration, was put forward by William Wallace of the London School of Economics, I have to add, not the William Wallace of the 13th century, the Scottish Braveheart hero. He has a different view of integration, by the way, and something the British would not be happy to hear. They're more happy to hear the one from William Wallace of the LSE, who essentially said, well, let's take away the identity and all these lofty ideals, and let's simply be satisfied with an integration concept that simply means, and I quote, the creation and maintenance of intense and diversified patterns of interaction among previously autonomous units. Well, that's doable. So previously autonomous, if we think about member states, if we think about organizations, if we think about diplomatic institutions, as long as we get some kind of intensified and diversified pattern of interaction, we should already be happy. Let's take away these aspirations for a super state. Let's take away the aspirations for federal Europe. It's already good if we have strong interactions. Now, between those two extremes, the ambitious one of Ernst Haas and Kenneth Boulding, and the more pragmatic one, there is quite a lot of leeway. The EU has made very, very strong strides since the 1970s when foreign policy coordination or intensified patterns of interaction became more seriously. Nobody would have thought even 20 years ago that the EU will send military missions abroad. Nobody in Germany would have thought that in 2006 a German commander would command a European Union mission in Congo. This would have been unthinkable in terms of the strategic culture of restraint that Germany defines still Germany to the present day, even though there is still work by elites now tried in terms of normalizing Germany. And when we talk about EU foreign policy, what do we mean? There are, of course, issues of the institutions, the External Action Service, the Commission, there are issues of coherence, then, of course, the member states. If you talk about foreign policy, do we mean input and process? There was this, you mentioned the one voice or the coherence of voting, which has often been seen in Brussels with obsession. Are we voting the same way? Can we take this even though the outcome of voting one way might not actually get us the outcome we want? Or do we prioritize outcome over process? Are we thinking short-term, medium, long-term? They're quite different tools you need, different resources you need, and also completely different narratives you need. You also need to go beyond election cycles in order to achieve a long-term or even a medium-term foreign policy. And here also over breakfast, I talked to Don about this. I acknowledge here also your thoughts in that sense, who reminded me that if we talk about foreign policy strategy, it's also important to think, first of all, well, what kind of security do we mean? What kind of security actor do we want to be? What tools are we going to commit? And what's our idea of where we should end up? And those very hard questions, and it's understandable in short-termism of politics, have not really been asked and will probably also not be answered by the Global Security Strategy document that will come out. In 1982, Hadley Bull, I don't know how many of you may raise your hands if you read this article, the EU as a civilian power, a contradiction in terms. Anyone that knows this one? Really recommendable because it's still, unfortunately, so relevant today. Hadley Bull in 1982, a British pragmatist, probably like William Wallace, also at the LSE before that at Oxford, wrote this article and tried to reflect on how should the EU really, in global politics, emerge as a strong power. Sorry, not the EU, the Europeans. In fact, he said the EU, forget it, that will never be a big power, or the EC at the time, but how can the European countries, the big three, forge their policies to have impact? And he said three things. And they're still, these three things are the kind of metrics I would like to now spend the rest of the time on in terms of assessing where we are. He looked at Germany, France, and Britain. And he said, Britain had, above all, to Europeanize. It's great that Britain is a strong transatlantic-minded partner and has the special relationship with the US at its heart, but as long as Britain will not also build up a strong commitment to Europe, there will not be a strong Europe in global affairs. So Britain, please Europeanize. Germany needs to normalize. It's fair enough that the history of the Second World War and the misadventure of militarism led to a kind of culture of restraint, voluntarily or not. It was the policy to get reintegrated into the West and into the world. But, Hadley Bull said, time is over now if Germany doesn't become a normal power, and that means a normal relationship to the use of military force that might have to be deployed in order to reach moral ends or better security ends, you will not have an influential Europe in the world. So Germany, please normalize. Thirdly, Hadley Bull said, France, carry on. Make sure you push the European project further, sometimes in competition with the US, it's healthy, but mostly in partnership with the US, which will be more successful. But France should display European leadership. So, normalization, Europeanization, and European leadership. We had about 30 years to achieve this. Where are we now? Of course, and I'm sure we can go more into it during a discussion, if we think about France and the European push, of course, France has been very active, probably the most active pusher for European policies, but often, paradoxically, unilaterally. It might be active in pushing for visibility of the Europeans and for impact, but it is not as good in terms of leadership, meaning taking all the other European countries with it. It has been very active recently in Mali. It had pushed for a more staunch intervention in Syria. It was very tough on Iran before the deal came about, and it was very, very tough on Ukraine, even forfeiting its own economic interests in favor of very tough sanctions. The only problem is that this is French activism, in my view, but not French leadership. It still needs to invest more in getting the allies, and of course, most importantly, the UK and Germany behind it and on board. UK, if we think about Europeanization, we couldn't have been any much further from that now compared to 1982. We see an opposite trend. Europe is no longer seen as the solution for a bigger global role. Europe is seen as a problem in many British political quarters. Cameron is essentially chased and influenced by the UK Independence Party, by conservative elements in his own party, and a strong pro-European narrative that could be called a Hadley Bull satisfactory Europeanization is at the moment quite far off. In June, we will see whether even Britain itself remains in the European Union, something, again, rather unthinkable even to contemplate just a couple of years ago. Germany, finally, the big question mark. The narrative of responsibility of becoming a more normal and a strongly involved global power has been quite strong. 2 years ago, all political elites in Germany at the Munich Security Conference tried to push a narrative that should influence public opinion, that Germany can't hide behind partners, needs to take up more responsibility, and that also means using military force when it needs to be used. Diplomacy and economic diplomacy as such is not enough if we think about the current security threats in Europe and beyond. And that was quite a shift. One could say, well, just words, but so concerted, the president, the defense minister, the chancellor, across all parties, apart from the far left, and across the political spectrum, that really an expectation has been built up that Germany will become more responsible and more normal. The resources put behind it, though, a key factor in getting foreign policy aspirations implemented into practice, have not been forthcoming. Out of all the armies, it is still absolutely overstretched, outdated. Germany always has a play it safe attitude. I think there was yesterday a great breakout session with the title Better Safe Than Sorry. Very true when we think about the commitments where on paper it does commit to Mali, it does commit to Syria, it does commit to requests from France, but always in a very restrained and minimalistic, almost in a William Wallacean way instead of a big Ernst-Haas integration way.
Dr. Coops, we're going to have to cut you off there. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
I'm sure we can further discussion in the Q&A session.
Great. No, thank you. I
Just
told you to
time
cut me off
restraints,
and you did. Great. Thanks.
Next up, we have Dr. Peter Balázs. Dr. Balázs has been a significant figure in the Hungarian government and in Hungarian diplomacy throughout his career. He was a state secretary for industry and trade from 1992 to 1993, and a state secretary for European integration from 2002 to 2003. He served as ambassador of Hungary to Denmark from 1994 to 1996, to Germany from 1997 to 2000, and to the EU in Brussels from 2003 to 2004. Furthermore, Dr. Balázs served as the Hungarian foreign minister from 2009 to 2010. In addition to his representative positions for Hungary, Dr. Balázs has gained significant experience in a variety of EU positions. Among his many accomplishments, Dr. Balázs served as the government representative of Hungary in the European Convention's drafting of the Constitutional Treaty, which, after several modifications, became the Lisbon Treaty. In addition, he was nominated the first Hungarian member of the European Commission responsible for regional policy. Dr. Balázs holds an ad personam Jean Monnet Chair at the Central European University in Budapest and directs the CEU's Center for EU Enlargement Studies, which among his other relevant experience demonstrates his expertise and dedication to European integration studies. Dr. Balázs's research activities center around the foreign policy of the EU and European integration of Eastern Europe. Dr. Balázs.
Thank you for recalling some interesting elements of my CV, which proves that I did first and I tried to understand after. And I still try to analyze where I have been an actor, a contributor. Integration of foreign policy. Integration of foreign policy should mean a rapprochement in this post-Westphalian world of national positions in order to take joint action if possible. The number 3 in the subtitle inspired me to have in mind other levels than just the EU. Of course, the EU is the first challenge because we have got a very strong legal institutional basement, but we should think of the transatlantic family as well, including EU and NATO. There's a very strong framework for the time being. Before the big enlargement of both organizations to the east, there was a 15-member EU and a 16-member NATO, with large overlapping, having 20 members altogether, embracing 20 states. Today, we have definitely bigger EU and bigger NATO. The whole family includes 34 states. And this is a very strong family. We had some almost fully joint actions in Afghanistan, for instance, and other places. And why not to think of the OSCE? OSCE has been recalled in the last days of this conference, the Helsinki agreement back in time. Then the OSCE had 35 signatories. Today we have 57 states. And the territory hasn't grown 1 inch. This is the very same territory which used to be framed by 35 members, and today it is subdivided into 57 states. It would be a good framework for an East-West dialogue while Russia is there, in order to take some common positions and initial steps in order to solve external crisis situations like the Syrian war and others. But let me come back to the EU. The Lisbon Treaty has equipped the EU with very strong tools, like the single legal personality we can conclude in the name of the EU, international agreements, the hardcore solutions, which is very important in this big organization, the enhanced cooperation. A group of countries can launch an operation without hurting the rules of the EU. And the whole institutional background with the High Representative, the European External Action Service, these are very important things. At the same time, there was a very important change which was less visible from the outside. This is the growing extent of internal diplomacy. We have 28 countries around the table. Before the enlargement, in the EU of 15, the number of potential bilateral ties between and among the member states was 105. In the actual EU, it's 378, which means ambassadors, if every member state is delegating an ambassador to all the others, 756 bilateral ambassadors only within the EU. For many countries, the weight of internal diplomacy has grown maybe bigger than external diplomacy. Outside the EU, there are the few big powers like the US, China, and a few others, Russia, of course. But we have to deal a lot with internal contacts and diplomacy. At the same time, this diplomacy is extremely advantageous. This is the lowest ever cost diplomacy. We don't have to spend money for that because we get all the programs ready from the presidency for the meetings before it took a lot of time and money to organize any bilateral ministerial meeting. Now ministers are meeting automatically. This is a low conflict area. We don't have to invest energy into problem solving because we have those very soft methods of problem solving and a big arsenal of this negotiation type conflict managing, like package deals, side payments, diffuse reciprocity within the EU, which really works. Of course, if the expected distribution of costs and benefits is unequal, which is the case with the migration crisis, few members have all the burden, then we are tending from negotiations towards what we call in conflict theories games, with threats and promises and some blocking techniques, and the role of the big players increases together with the role of veto players. We have such situations more and more. I was there as a foreign minister at the very start of the new system with the first high representative when Catherine Ashton joined or took the chair of the meeting of foreign ministers for the first time. It was a very interesting change from the rotating presidency system into the permanent chair, and it was not at all positive. Of course, we like very much the regular meetings of the various ministerial councils. Foreign Ministers' Council is one of the most frequently meeting body of the EU. Every month there is a meeting of the foreign ministers. And it's extremely interesting because of the lot of information coming in through the ministers. Just imagine the 28 active foreign ministers are coming together, and they start with talking that yesterday I was in Tehran, I was in Washington, I was in Beijing, and so on. I had a meeting in Moscow. We are exchanging a lot of information. What we gain on information, we lose on action. Because with 28 actors, we are usually divided into poles, groups concerning the attitudes to the outside. We can speak well the language of economy because we have competencies in trade. That's why the EU can express its support or critiques through sanctions, economic sanctions, or funds, money, grants, helps to external countries. And we can much less speak the language of traditional foreign policy beyond declarations. We can draft fantastic declarations, which are usually of a general character, but we cannot operate at the real diplomatic level. And we have still some difficulties with making the new institutional machinery turn, because maybe the expectations were too high towards the High Commissioner or High Representative, who is supposed to be the Foreign Minister of the EU, because the same person is expected to chair every month the Foreign Affairs Council, to be a vice president of the European Commission, which works on a weekly rhythm, to establish the diplomatic service all across the world, and to be the #1 diplomat of Europe, to be present everywhere. When she gets critics, now the second High Representative, Mrs. Mogherini, this is usually about her absence at some important event, why she was not there. Because she was very busy with all the others. We said among us at the beginning, mission impossible. This is the absolutely impossible mission to do it by one single person. It was too ambitious. At the same time, I think that we are successful in the neighborhood. EU conditionality works. The more we can give perspectives to some neighbors with special regard to future membership, the more they accept EU conditions. So EU foreign policy is a success story in the direct neighborhood as long as we consider realistically the possibilities. It was not the case with the Eastern Partnership, but it could still work in the Western Balkans, and there could be some chances with Turkey as well. Beyond that area, it's more difficult to coordinate all the measures. I can remember one case. I was in Brasilia having, with my minister hat, having talked with the Brazilian foreign minister, and he said, do you know how many EU ministers are here today? 3. So out of you, there are 2 others. and I will have talks. Now, how should we proceed? Singing from the same notes, the same song, it would be boring for the partners. Being different, then to what extent can we divert from a common position? This double-decker foreign policy is hiding some difficulties where the EU is present and the member states are present at the same time. But don't underestimate the internal power of the EU. Seen from the outside, we can be divided, but we have very strong capacities to meet some common requirements and to take common decisions if we have a very strong motivation behind us. And in crisis situations, as Jean Monnet said back in time, this is a very good moment for integration. So with all my critics, I am still hopeful about the future role of the EU, not forgetting the transatlantic family and not forgetting some potential chances for the OSCE. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Balazs. Finally, we have Dr. Arbatova. Dr. Arbatova is currently the head of the Department of European Political Studies at the Institute for World Economy and International Relations at the Russian Academy of Sciences. She is also the director of the discussion forum European Dialogues as a member of the Council on Foreign and Defense Policy, as well as the vice president of the Russian Pugwash movement. Dr. Arbatova's expertise on European integration, as well as in Russian foreign policy and security, has culminated in her publication of a number of monographs and brochures on EU-Russian relations, European security, and Russian foreign policy. Some of these titles include Regional Cooperation in the Black Sea in the Context of EU-Russia Relations, and the Russia-EU Common Space of External Security, Imperatives and Obstacles in Security Index number 3.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your generous introduction. I'm very happy to be here with you today and to present a Russian view on the most interesting topic of our days, Russia's relations with the European Union and the West at large. The Ukrainian conflict was the first direct conflict between Russia and the European Union, or better to say, between two regional strategies, the EU Eastern Partnership and Russia's Eurasia project. But the roots of this conflict are much deeper. And I would define this conflict as a quintessence of mutual misunderstandings, first and foremost about the acceptable foundations of European security and the stakes across the post-Soviet space. If there were continuous, although open-ended debates on the former, the latter has never been discussed seriously and honestly by Russia, European Union, and the United States. It won't be an exaggeration to say that the brilliant initiative on strategic partnership between European Union and Russia based on 4 common spaces of cooperation was smashed to pieces because none of these spaces addressed the topic of CIS. Embarking on a new positive agenda in the context of deep misunderstandings cannot but result in a new dangerous backlash. That's why I suggest to look at the topic of our panel through the prism of Russia's foreign policy, of Putin's foreign policy goals, excuse me. Many analysts in the West argue that Russian foreign policy under Putin have undergone a substantial evolution. I would say that it's not so much the goals of Putin foreign policy, but rather it means that varied from stage to stage. Since Putin became president in the year 2000, status rebuilding became the main foreign policy goal and the guiding star of Russia's diplomacy. Russia's post-Soviet euphoria was replaced with a sense of loss of a big empire and the great power status equal to the United States. On many occasions, Russia was provoked by European and American politicians who were saying that after the collapse of the USSR, Russia did not deserve any respect normally accorded to great powers, slamming Russia as a regional power losing strength. This explains why two attributes of the great power status, Russia's permanent seat in the UN Security Council and its nuclear status, became a kind of sacred cows for Kremlin. Of course, there have been other more pragmatic objectives related to economic cooperation and profit. But with all importance of revenues from energy export and arms trade, these objectives have always been secondary to the main goal of status rebuilding. Lenin's formula that politics is a concentrated expression of economy has nothing to do with the real state of affairs in Russia. It is vice versa. Economy is a concentrated expression of politics. And there are no such economic sacrifices that Russia would be unwilling to pay for the main foreign policy goal. When Putin won, look at his pleasant face. When Putin won, came to power in the year 2000, he was introduced both as Yeltsin's successor. But from the very beginning in his foreign policy and domestic policy were two elements, succession and negation. A negation element was embodied in the concept of controlled or managed democracy at home, the succession element in his commitment to pro-European, pro-Western vacation. Putin was trying to achieve, he was required as a strong hand, capable to rebuild Russia's status, to upgrade her international positions, and he was trying to do this through integration with the West by upgrading Russia's legal status, first and foremost with the European Union, through negotiations on strategic partnership, and he tried to do the same with NATO after 9/11 when the situation was very favorable. But he failed to achieve this goal because the West was unwilling to integrate with Russia on her own terms, managed democracy at home, growing self-assertiveness in the post-Soviet space, and integration with the West. Aside from this, Russia's Western partners never understood the dialectical link between the international relations, domestic situation in Russia and her foreign policy. And this formula is very simple. The better international relations, the better domestic situation in Russia, and the better Russia's foreign policy in terms of priorities and allies. And since after the collapse of the USSR, both European partners, Russia's partners, and NATO states were concerned about the rebirth of a new Russian empire, they preferred the main principles in their regional strategies was the separation of Russia and the CIS space. And this could not but fuel Russia's concerns about intentions of both European Union and NATO. And the Western partners of Russia has never understood that without Russia will be always read in Russia as against Russia. When Putin came to power in the year for his third term, he came in a markedly different domestic and foreign policy situation. The world financial and economic crisis dealt a heavy blow on the attractiveness of the EU as a successful model of the regional integration. And Putin felt that Europeans were in no position to lecture other countries about democracy, about good governance. But the main reason was different. Pro-European vocation of Russia, or better to say, modernization. It's not only about relations with the European Union. It is modernization of Russia. Became threatening to the existing system, which was based on petrol state economic model and on authoritarian political regime. So Putin decided to make a U-turn in foreign policy, and he declared the Eurasia project, Eurasian pivot, which meant departure of Russia from Europe. He wanted Russia to remain a sovereign state with a focus on the Eurasian project, and he openly said that European Union would have to deal with Eurasian Union and Eurasian Commission. So he was trying to reach this status rebuilding goal through equal cooperation between European Union and NATO, European Union and Russia. Ukraine was supposed to be a pearl in the Eurasian crown, and her departure from Russia made the conflict inevitable. The Ukrainian divide has emerged as a key issue for recasting a new balance of power between Russia and the West. Moscow's exclusion from G8, Moscow's exclusion from numerous important meetings encouraged Kremlin to look for its own allies, be it the Eurosceptics in European Union, China, or BRICS countries, and Russia's foreign policy took a form of, excuse me, where is, here. Took the form of foot in the door foreign policy in line with the Cold War experience. I don't have time to dwell on Russia's resources and potential to pursue such policy, but I would like to say that whatever Russia's foreign policy resources, Moscow alienation in the international arena, the stalemate in Ukraine, and the deteriorating situation in Russia made Putin reconsider the foot in the door policy, because it became counterproductive for his main goal and for his main mission to rebuild Russia's status. And the Syrian conflict has provided him with an opportunity to make a new foreign policy turn. Putin, as a very good tactician, every time the Russia-West relations hit the bottom, creates new situations which confront Western policymakers with very difficult policy choices. And he felt that the conflict, the Ukrainian conflict, had created a very uncomfortable atmosphere for European politicians who lived for 2 decades in a very comfortable, I would say, relaxed mode. So, Russia got involved in Syria. And many Western analysts started to guess what were the main goals of Putin: to support Assad, to get an access to the Mediterranean region. But I would say that the main goal was to prove that Russia's assistance may be very important, that that it's not Russia but ISIS that presents the major threat to the international security, and that it is Russia but not China, not any other country, who is able to conduct a big military operation like the United States. So it is Russia who is equal to the United States, but not China. So once again, it is about status rebuilding. And the good side in the Syrian operation is that it's not anti-Western. But Putin underestimated the changes in the international relations. He proceeded from his experience after 9/11, when the international situation was benign. However, if there is close military coordination between Russia, European, and American forces, agreed distribution of targets, exchange of intelligence information, prevention of unintended incidents, joint pilot-saving operations, the counterterrorism operation could have a positive impact on the Russia-West relations, linking the settlement in Syria with the settlement in Ukraine, lifting sanctions, and revival of the Russia-West arms control cooperation. But the stakes also are very high. The Russia-Turkish incident is the most telling evidence of this fact. The terrorist threat at home and the protracted military operation in Syria is very costly for our economy. What next? I don't know. I could say what should be done. Russia does not, the Russian challenge, let's say, doesn't present any direct threat to European integration, to the EU construct as such. But of course, it overburdens the EU domestic and foreign policy agenda. It distracts resources from reforms. So reconciliation between Russia and European Union is the necessary precondition for future reforms in Europe. To this end, it is necessary to stop the bloodshed in Ukraine, the creeping conflict which is going on, and to address three contradictions which I mentioned at the beginning: our differences about European security and the role of post-Soviet space. Of course, our relations under the best scenario won't come back to the pre-war, pre-conflict situation. They can be changed only in one case: if Russia comes back to her European vocation. And I'm sure that this will happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arbatova. So now that all of our panelists have had a chance to speak and share with us what they know, we will have a few minutes for them to discuss amongst themselves any issues that they found interesting, confusing, debatable, and to ask each other questions.
Thank you. I have a question to my colleagues. Well, everybody knows that. No? Yeah. Everybody knows that European Union is a great trade power, but in terms of foreign policy, it is often labeled as an occasional power. Do you agree with this definition?
Would any of you guys like to answer or respond?
Okay, I'll say a couple of things about that. I think this really gets to the heart of what I was saying about the perceptions about the EU and sort of this idea that in image terms, it seems to punch below its own weight. I actually think that it's not an occasional power, and this is what I was trying to describe in terms of what it does on a daily basis, that isn't necessarily defined as high politics. It's not always about the use of force, but in terms of what it's doing in terms of trade, humanitarian aid, development, the CSDP missions and operations, which, although admittedly limited in scope, are numerous and are developing its civ-mil capabilities. It does this in terms of human rights. It does this in terms of diplomacy, through the United Nations, through climate issues. These are all very, very important issues that the EU is taking a leadership role in, for sure. So I think we tend to get distracted by these moments, these critical junctures where consensus does break down. And it is, a shame. It does really mean that the EU's power overall is harmed when it's not able to always kind of act together, or it appears to be muddling through. But it is, again, to be expected that, you have to respect the sovereign right of the 28 countries to disagree on occasion. That doesn't mean that, it's an occasional power. In fact, I would say the opposite, that occasionally it's not a power, but oftentimes it is heavily involved in numerous foreign policy issues.
Let me add a few points. Bilateral actions of the EU with China or with Russia depend very much on the internal mandate, the authorization of the representative, whether it's one head of government like the German Chancellor or Federica Mogherini or any other person. Let's not forget the EU has an enormous weight in global governance, both in past and potential future structures. The past structure is the UN, and there are key permanent members of the Security Council, UK and France, which represent positions of other EU member states as well. And there is a potential future structure which is underway. This is the G20. It's a question whether the G20 would take a more structured form in the future, but for the time being, 5 seats out of the 20 come to the EU, 4 big member states and 1 seat for the EU. Thank you.
Yeah, If I may add also, I think it's the EU is as much or as little an occasional power as any other power. So it depends on the occasion. So it depends on which exactly issue are we talking about and how do we measure it. So, if we think about the Iran deal, the Europeans had very, very strong weight there. If we think about the Kosovo-Serbia diplomatic deal, strong climate change, strong leadership. Absolutely, I agree with the UN. But again, in the UN, you would have to look at different issues. Peacekeeping, even absence for 20 years now. The Europeans in Mali make a comeback. So that's the one thing. It depends always on the issue, I guess. Like with any other power, we have to evaluate exactly, where is the US influential, where is Russia influential and has an impact. And secondly, there's an interesting concept that's always raised when we talk about the EU, which is presence. So without doing anything, how important is a certain actor just simply by being and having a certain membership and having just by being influence, and then of course in economics, in trade with the enlargement to 28 member states, very, very important. Can I add one question? Or the question I have to Ambassador Balash is, you mentioned, which I found a very interesting point, the internal strength of diplomacy. So if we think about internal foreign policy, because it still is foreign policy in a sense, not of the EU as such, but between EU members, given that many challenges now are so interlinked between domestic and external, if you think about terrorism, if you think about security cooperation, dealing with refugees, dealing with far-right movements even, do you think that should be even put more forward as a priority of internal, external foreign policy, so to speak? So in other words, maybe the EU should not be blamed for being too inward-looking, but should actually be encouraged, because by dealing amongst member states internally with these internal threats, it will make essentially a contribution also externally.
Well, it's a great question of our days. When we analyze in a more detailed approach interest formation within the EU, then of course we have the national level, we have the intra-European level, and the external, the real external policy in the name of the EU. It is also a question of size of the country, because it's an alternative in Berlin or Paris or London whether to act under the EU flag or to take a separate action, or with a few others maybe outside the EU. For an average or smaller EU member state, it is not a question, because with the EU uniform, we are strong. Without the EU, we are just one of the many countries of the world. So this is not a question for countries below 20 million people, and definitely less. It has taken the major part of the internal EU diplomacy, the major part for many member states. And one of the problems, I tried to do something in my country in order to make a clear difference between internal EU embassies and external EU embassies. Because within the EU, an ambassador is running after information. Ministers meet more frequently. And the ambassadors would like to get some information about what the foreign ministers, interior ministers, or the ministers were speaking at the last council meeting. Outside the EU is the classical way, the other way around. Ambassador reports first and the government takes action after. So this is a new phenomenon of a word, the internal diplomacy of the EU. At the same time, we have much more to do. This is the other side of the medal, because with so many new countries on the map in the eastern part of Europe, I mentioned the growth of the number of members within the OSCE. Many formerly internal tensions became international problems. Russia, Ukraine. They used to be in the Soviet Union back in time. Or with the post-Yugoslav wars. Yugoslavia was a very pleasant country. It was good to be an ambassador in Belgrade, in a wonderful place. And after that, after the breakout of the war, we had to to separate Serbians, Croatians, Bosniaks, Albanians. This is the same in Syria. If there is a conflict, you have more actors, and you have to take a position. Al-Nusra Front, Assad, and all the players in Libya. When you have two governments, it's much more difficult than to deal with one single country. So for that reason, our internal interest building is much more complicated for two reasons, because we are more and the problems are more numerous.
I have a few questions for my fellow panelists. I really enjoyed listening to all of you. So for Dr. Koops, I really appreciated that you brought up Hedley Bull's article. And I was wondering if you could say a little bit more about what your definition of a normalized Germany would be. Just because in some ways, you know, it's a relatively new phenomenon that Germany is so much taking the lead under Angela Merkel. And so normalization would typically be thought of as Germany feeling more comfortable using military force and so on. But does it also include that kind of activism in terms of leadership that was attributed to France by Hedley Bull? So it would be great to hear just sort of what you think on that. And then for Dr. Balazs, I thought it was really also interesting to hear about the internal diplomacy side, because that's really been my main area of research early on, and I've done a lot of interviews of the COREPER ambassadors and the military committee and so on. But I was a little surprised to hear you describe it kind of in these hard bargaining terms with game theory and linkage and sort of pressure and exchange. And I'm wondering to what extent you see more of a kind of persuasive deliberation and development of shared norms and more of a kind of sociological approach within these high-level diplomats based in Brussels. Do you see it more about building of networks and sharing of professional norms, or is it really this kind of game theoretic notion that you raised? And then finally, also for Dr. Arbatova, really interesting presentation on Russia. And I have a specific question which came to mind because I read a newspaper story from the UK today about Russia, about Putin actually funding European parties directly. And I know this has been something covered lately, but I was wondering if you could give us a sense of the scale of how much this is happening. Is it really happening throughout Europe, that there is this kind of effort to really get allies and break down European unity, or whether it is more sort of at the fringes?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Maya. It's a great question, and I think it's one of the big questions that has been troubling policymakers, but also pundits and public opinion. I think Germany is in general always based on exceptionalism. No way, which way, right? In the worst cases, you know, expansionist, hegemonic, militarist power up to the Second World War, and then an exceptionalist in renouncing that, right? So essentially the identity of how Germany should not be was part of the identity of the new Germany. In other words, right now, extremely pacifist and extremely rejecting the old past, which in itself is, again, exceptionalism, right? Well, we're particularly exceptional now by not having military approach. So I don't even know if Germany is capable of becoming a normalized and unexceptional power in both ways. It is understood right now as normal burden sharing, as a higher culture of risk-taking, if you think about military security and policy, and shifting a little bit more away from the emphasis on trade. But, you know, often Germany has been compared to China. It does foreign policy through economic power and through economic relations. And finally, there's a big debate whether using more military force and being more ready to take risks is a good foreign policy. We should also not forget that. I mean, I don't think the foreign policy objective of Germany has to be, well, we have to be normal, so we do X, Y, Z. No. Well, is that the right outcome? Is this the right tool? And there is a ingrained skepticism, which not only Germany has now, but is shared by many after the adventures, of course, in Iraq and Afghanistan, and also in whether military tools are the right tools at a given conflict. So it's a question that's even beyond Germany, I guess. And then one final thing, I don't know if it was Churchill who said it, maybe someone can correct me, but the problem with Germany is you either have Germany at your throat or in front of your feet. That's also something always perceived as the two extremes, and maybe there is some room for Germany to become more normalized.
Can I answer? Yes. Yeah. The EU internal life is rather complicated. There are two big arenas of conflicts of interest. One is the European Parliament, the other one is the Council. The other institutions are more unified and more target-oriented. I'm not wasting time with the European Parliament, which is a wonderful big theater with big party families and without any risk. That's the problem, because in national politics, when you have any political role, you are risking your position every day. Not at the European Parliament. They have very secure mandates for 5 years, and they don't take any personal risk. Now, the situation, the real arena, is the Council. The Council at any level, from the smallest experts up to the heads of government. Always 28 are sitting around behind the nameplates of the states, and it's a nice habit, a nice gesture that the name of your country is written in your language. And this is the reconfirmation of conflicting national identities and interests every day. In that round, of course, personal qualities count. Good representatives of a member state can achieve more. Why is representative good? Eloquence, information, friends, supporters. These are very important, but in my opinion, in my experience, this is the real or anticipated distribution of costs and benefits. This is creating interest groups and coalitions. This is the core explanation for position taking. There are easier rules. Who is influential in the EU? There are 3 qualities. If you are an old member state, a big member state, and a net contributor to the budget, then you are a winner. Just return all the 3, you are a loser.
You are absolutely right. Kremlin has established relations with the right-wing parties. In Europe, National Front in France, Ataka in Bulgaria, New Dawn in Greece. And this looks very confusing for, for Russians, because we criticize Ukraine for encouraging Ukrainian nationalists from the western part of Ukraine, from the west. Do you hear me? A little bit closer, okay. So the situation is really confusing. I have mentioned that when Russia was isolated in the international scene after incorporation of Crimea, Kremlin started to look for its own allies. Eurosceptics, the right-wing parties. And many people say that Russia is trying to drive a wedge in Europe. But I think that it won't be possible if there is no deep divide between European Union. So these countries are looking for Russia's support, not because they are pro-Russian, but because they are Eurosceptic. And they are trying to use Russia to upgrade their international profile. That's the reason. But the whole situation, in my view, looks absolutely unacceptable for Russia.
Thank you, everyone. Now we're going to have a few minutes to open the discussion with the audience. Yes, that you line up at the microphones. Given our time restraints, we ask that every question is addressed to only one panelist, and that each question take only no more than 1 minute to ask. Thank you.
Jerome, Tufts Senior. My question is for Dr. Balazs. So you have faith in, I guess, Jean Monnet's notion of functional spillover in times of crisis, or at least I hope I'm not misrepresenting your views. However, one could argue that this is a luxury, seeing as Europe yet doesn't significantly deal with integration that has very high costs to state sovereignty. For example, security integration, significant security integration through a NATO accused of being an atrophy for these very reasons. So my question to you, do you think that the EU has institutional advantages in certain types of very costly integration, which will happen in due time? Or does state sovereignty, I guess, create very real ceilings as a matter of long-term fact? Thank you.
You can go ahead and answer. Yeah.
In my perception, the EU is a low-cost integration. We are saving a lot of money through cooperating with each other. We can do things definitely at a much lower cost level than individual countries. At the same time, member states have a bigger influence and a much larger scope of politics. All the member states are included in conflicts or problems of remote areas, which were belonging before to colonial powers. And now Central European countries are aware of what things are happening in Mali and many other. So I think this is beneficial. Now we could open a whole conference about the concept of state sovereignty in the 21st century. And I tend to believe that what we are doing in the EU is not a transfer of national sovereignty slices. It is not a sharing, not even a sharing of sovereignty, but pooling sovereignty. We are doing things together and we become more efficient. But I would need several hours to explain all that.
Hi, my name is Eva Fruneberg. I'm from Vesalius College in Brussels. And my question is actually to our dean and also to Dr. Cross. And there's been a lot of talk about the normalization of Germany and it slowly shifting towards being more willing to take risks. And I was wondering how that will be reflected, or if that will be reflected in the drafting of the new global security strategy, and also how influential that strategy will be in shaping the EU as a global actor.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think any strategy writing is always an exercise in settling on some consensual ideas. It will be, again, a consensus document. Just like 2003. The role of force is also controversial within the EU, not only with Germany, but any other country as well. But I think it will feature in terms of Europe's responsibilities. And I know also that, of course, the UN is always at the back of the mind of the EU, so it will also feature in the context of contributing more to peacekeeping and using the tools for that. In how far strategies, I mean, it's not really a strategy, it's a priority document, let's put it this way. If that will affect policymaking and implementation is always very, very difficult to say. But of course, it's first of all an exercise of focusing the mind on the Europeans and also, again, trying to give at least a broad outlook also to the external partners on what the priorities of the EU will be.
Should I also? Yeah. Yeah, thank you for the question. I mean, I agree with what was said already about the strategy. I think it'll be a general strategy with a similar tone to the European security strategy, but reflecting new context and so on. But I think in regards to Germany, you know, I don't necessarily expect Germany will continue to look like this singular leader of the big three as it is now. I think part of it is a coincidence of the timing and leadership of Merkel as the only leader of the big three that continued through the whole Eurozone crisis. And it's important to remember that she did not necessarily expect to be in front that way and doesn't really actually necessarily want to be. The German people don't necessarily want her to be. This is perhaps part of the German culture over the longer term. But there will be leadership change. And so when that happens, it's very open as to which of the three will sort of be the most visible of the big three.
Thank you.
You're on the right.
My question is for either Dr. Cross or the ambassador. So post-Paris, there was a lot of criticism regarding a lack of intelligence sharing among EU member states and an overarching lack of trust. And I was wondering, do you agree with that or have thoughts on it, or is this another example of the media kind of amplifying the negative narrative?
Sure, yeah, thank you for the question. Yes, I think there has been a lot of controversy surrounding intelligence sharing, and there are formal structures for that to happen, like the Intelligence Center, which was upgraded with the Lisbon Treaty. But you hit right on it, that it's trust that prevents a lot of this from happening. And so most of the intelligence sharing in Europe happened outside of the formal structures. I do think, though, that with the recent Paris attacks, there has been a significant increase and much more serious thinking about sharing intelligence, not only within the EU, but together with the United States. There's a sense that many of the institutions that could house such intelligence sharing, like Europol and INSEN, need to be strengthened. So, you know, I would anticipate these things take time to build, but that this would be a catalyst for more intelligence sharing going forward. Yeah.
I fully agree. Just let me add that the national intelligence services do not like to share their sources and methods, and this is the obstacle.
Thank you.
On the left.
Hello, Cindy Tan from Vesalius College Brussels. My question is for Dean Copes. You talked about the EU as civilian power and normative power and the contradiction in terms, and really read and learn about that in European peace and security studies, and that for now the EU is indeed in just a normative power, and the EU is also indeed leading in human rights standards and climate protection, which is still power in terms of influence. However, we learned today that the internal power is stronger than the external power, and when it comes to military power, the EU let the US take the lead. And as you said, the only one left of the big three, Germany, has to take responsibility, but his commitment issues is just a supportive force. And since you have consulting positions and specialize in peacekeeping, I would like to know if since you said that is not enough, if it's necessary for when it comes to the current challenges for the common foreign and security policy, if it's necessary that there's a shift from the normative power to the military power.
Okay, thank you. To be honest, I think it's a great concept, and normative power has also produced a lot of PhDs and great reading, I think. But I think it was from the very beginning a very artificial and not particularly realistic concept. And I think anyone that's believed the idea that the EU is specifically special in terms of prioritizing human rights and norms and values over interest, then I think especially now the refugee crisis shows very much that this concept is absolutely crumbling, that human rights violations, any obligations, basic obligations under the UN are simply not there. So I would never really give the normative power as such a lot of weight in reality. Sometimes the EU acts trying to promote human rights, sometimes it doesn't because it has to competing conflicts over its own interests. In terms of commitment to the UN, I think there is a strong European dimension. ranging from the Security Council membership to supporting it budget-wise and in all discourses. I'm sure the global security strategy will again really put it at a very important point. But it's at the end of the day a question of really resources and also boots on the ground. We see a kind of small return to peacekeeping with Germany, 650 soldiers, France, of course, leading, Sweden, trying to also get engaged in the Central African Republic, trying to train and capacity building with the African Union. But it really requires also a strong commitment from bit more hesitant players right now in that sense, Britain, but also outside the EU, the US. What will be interesting really is what China is going to do. China announced 8,000 troops permanently for the UN, but we don't really know now what comes after this announcement. But I think the narrative of the EU as a normative power is, I think, kind of over now.
Hello, my name is Adriana.
Just 1 second, Bobby has a request. If there are questions to be addressed to the foreign minister once here, they take precedence because we would like you, Peter, to meet with one of the members of the Russian parliament who's here before he has to leave. So are there any of these questions? Yes?
Yeah.
Is yours questions addressed? No?
Okay.
Thank you.
Just briefly, my question for you, Ambassador Balash, is I was particularly impacted by your comment, what we gain in information, we lose in actions. And I know there's been steps to improve the leadership capacity within the European administration and decision-making. But do you have any specific vision of how we can improve this leadership capacity, of like what steps can be taken to do that?
Well, I'm afraid my answer would be very long if I gave you. Maybe I can indicate you some of my publications about that. There are very, very big problems with the actual institutions set up. I just made reference to one of them. This is the European Parliament with fantastic qualities without personal risk-taking. But this is valid also for the European Commission. European Commission members do not take any personal political risk. They leave their countries of origin and get a 5-year mandate, and then they are there. What I also call as a stability gap between the 5 years of EP or Commission and the very frequently turning political machinery of the member states. In my taste, those European institutions should have an office time of 3 years with one single possibility of extending. But for me, commissioners who served 3 terms of 5 years are not really credible. And I could go on. With the Council, this is the overemphasized representation of the member states at all levels and all occasions. It is time-consuming to listen all the time, potentially 28 interventions, which is impossible. And the result is that the spontaneous dynamics are emerging, and that's why the big 3 or other big member states or coalitions can play a bigger role, which is not always in line with our rules. But I could go on with a lot of.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Can I give a round of applause for that? As you're walking out, I'm going to, of course, please my students by asking you indeed to send on some of these publications.
Okay.
We will read them.
Nice to meet you. I enjoyed it.
That applies to any, we are getting wonderful follow-up articles so that we can continue our education. Maya, in one case, Kaija has sent on something in the context of defense spending and burden sharing, which is really provocative and interesting. We didn't get a chance to go through. So we are very serious about asking any of the panelists to continue to send us information that we can absorb. We have more months ahead of us until we graduate in May.
Hi, my name is Oleg Shakirov. I'm a participant in the Stanford US Russia Forum this year. I would like to ask a question to Dr. Cross and Dr. coups. So as far as I understand, there is this like process within NATO, like security development and planning, and there is a common security and defense policy kind of process, and they are like parallel but also interlinked. Like if you may just a quick comment on how do you see these dynamics between these two processes, like in 5 years? Thank you.
Thanks a lot. NATO-EU relations. Yeah, that's been some time, and I think Jolien Holworth is in the room, who's in the next panel, who has also written a lot on this. Well, essentially, it started off as something that was seen as threatening from NATO, threatening from the Americans, that the EU, sharing almost 80% of members in both organizations, would now start their own autonomous military cooperation and would weaken NATO in the long run. That really hasn't materialized. The EU has launched 7 military operations, but very short term in terms of time, geographically, and also in terms of capability of what it can really do CSDP-wise. NATO is really, by far, much more capable in multinational, heavy-end, and also large-scale operations. But the key problem is that many opportunities of cooperation, especially in time of financial austerity and declining defense spending, have not really been used. I could go on about the reasons for it, but I think there is now a new phase of where informal cooperation between both organizations is looking more fruitful and important. If you think about both organizations' approach to Ukraine, if we think about cybersecurity cooperation, again, you can never lift it to a political level or a formal level, but informal cooperation and initiatives are quite strong. But it has been now for 10 years a constant, or 13, discussion on how both organizations really could work more effectively together, and muddling through, I think, is the key recipe.
Just to quickly add to that, I think one thing that strikes me about EU-NATO cooperation is that many of the top military staff are double-hatted to both. And so that creates this whole layer of institutional synergy, because you literally have the same people in many cases, that helps kind of grease the wheels of the way the two might work. But we have to see them as toolboxes, in a sense, for political leaders to use. Sometimes they'll want to use one or the other, depending on the situation. They both have different kinds of strengths. In particular, the EU is better able to do kind of comprehensive approach types of things. So there could be convergence or divergence, and I think when you say something like the next 5 years, a lot of that may depend on who the US president is, because as you know, NATO is really seen as kind of this US body. So Europe may react to that, either trying to forge more ahead through CSDP or trying to work more through NATO as that toolbox.
Hello, my name is Cody Valdez. I'm with the EPIIC class. My question is to Dr. Arbatova. You characterized Mr. Putin as a tactician, and the image I received from that was one who is reactionary and opportunistic. Is Russia operating according to a long-term grand strategy? Is there an institution within Russia who's articulating a grand strategy? And if Mr. Putin's objective is the recovery of pride, is it conceivable that one can articulate a grand strategy around pride?
The recovery of pride?
Pride.
I don't think that Putin has a long-term strategy, because normally tacticians do not have strategies. They are good in tactics. The problem, or better to say, the tragedy of Putin is that he was required as a strong hand capable to reinstate Russia's prestige after the decade of chaos and humiliation, and he has not yet fulfilled his mission. He tried to achieve this goal through integration, but he failed because managed democracy and domination in the Soviet space are incompatible with integration with the West. He tried to achieve this goal through equal cooperation between European Union and Eurasian Union, but ironically, the Ukrainian conflict dealt a heavy blow to the Eurasian construct. And now he's trying to achieve this goal through counterterrorism operation in Syria, surely not a blameworthy objective, but the situation is very different. After 9/11, it was, well, Russia contributed a lot to the counterterrorism operation in Afghanistan. Now the situation is different because we had the Caucasus crisis, we have Ukrainian crisis, we have a lot of bad developments in our relations. And as I have mentioned, Europeans are more ready to cooperate with Russia than the United States. The United States half-heartedly accepted Russia's involvement in Syria, but coming back to Putin's goal to upgrade Russia's international profile, a great deal will depend on the outcome of Syria, and the situation is very iffy. Either we come out of this situation as partners or new opponents. And the goal won't be achieved.
Okay, thank you. My question will be towards Dr. Cross. Welcome back. My name is Xiao. I am one of the students in EPIIC colloquium this year. And I would like to maybe have you elaborate on your view, maybe according to your theory, of one of the point of views mentioned between the Q&A sessions, which is from Dr. Arbatova. And she mentioned that European potential allies of the European Union have been driven to Russia because of Euroscepticism, or not that maybe they actually look forward to maybe cooperate with Russia, but the skepticism towards the integration of Europe. So according to your theory, could that be one of the underlying catalysts of integration, maybe in the long run? And how would you assess the integration response of European Union towards this question? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a really innovative question and very interesting. I would say, there's always possibility to construct something into a bigger divide within the European public, but this, to me, is just too small scale to constitute some kind of crisis within Europe. As Dr. Arbatova mentioned, these so-called allies within EU member states are relatively fringe parties that are basically trying to benefit from some of the capital and resources they might get from Russia. They are Eurosceptic, which is a more serious problem for the vitality of the EU. But any kind of view that they're going to sort of jump ship out of the EU because they're so favorable to Russia, I think is unrealistic. So we do have to pay attention to potential public societal divides that become quite defining for the way the EU functions. But this one I don't think is really strong enough to be that.
So you're saying that the Euroscepticism inside Europe right now haven't been really accelerated to a scale of crisis at the moment, is that right?
I think that Euroscepticism more generally, not the more narrow one that you defined, which is becoming sort of more pro-Russian over time. I think that that's a relatively small segment of the overall Euroscepticism. I do think that Euroscepticism, perhaps related more to the refugee flows and dealing with that, is potentially something that could build into an existential crisis for Europe. It sort of depends what kinds of triggering events we might have. We've seen several potential ones happen with an escalation in this opposition to refugees coming in. So I think it's something certainly to pay attention to on how people are feeling. But at the moment, looking carefully at Eurobarometer polls, there's this sense of recovery from the Eurozone crisis, a strengthening of Europe, and the refugee crisis and other things that cause Euroscepticism are there, but not so dominant that it would really throw Europe into a crisis that threatens its very existence. Yeah.
Thank you.
And one final question.
Jed Schwartz, Somerville. A question for Dr. Arbatova. I'm really wondered if you could clear up some nuts and bolts questions about the Russian economy since the dissolution of the Soviet Union. For example, I know that they reinstituted the bourse, a stock market, at about the time of Yeltsin, sometime approximately then. But I don't even know what the Russian bourse name is. I've never literally never heard anybody in the media discussing its existence. Never mind how much capital is flowing in, and the other. So if you could, is the ruble is it floating on the foreign exchange markets? Those are two questions. And can you of the 500 largest publicly traded corporations in the world, international, in the world, how many of them are chartered in Russia? How many of them, and what might their names be? How many of the 500 largest publicly traded corporations in the world? I mean, I thought maybe Gazprom might be, but I don't know whether it's traded. That's the question. I mean, I have no wish to embarrass you or the Russians. I'm just trying to throw a little light on this.
Well, I'm not an economist, first of all, and it's a very interesting question, but probably it requires more professional expertise. I would say that our problem, economic problem, is that our economy is based on exports-oriented economy, and a petrol state, by definition, is an authoritarian political state. We are still dependent on revenues from gas and oil. That is the problem. And this situation is deteriorating because we don't have enough money to support our budget, to support our project now, different projects. And but the main problem is that if you remember, Medvedev has launched a new initiative, partnership for modernization with the European Union, to build economy based on the most advanced technologies. And this idea was rejected by the Russian political elite because economic modernization created a threat to the existing economic model. And when Putin made a nation pivot, a Eurasian pivot, modernization strategy of the Russian economy was replaced with reindustrialization project. In my view, it's more than strange because the USSR has this industrialization policy and it collapsed in the end of the day. So I don't see for the time being any viable and effective economic strategy. The situation is deteriorating. The exchange rate of ruble is absolutely awful. But, well, we don't know what will happen in several months.
I'd like to thank our panelists for the really interesting conversation. Give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's really interesting. Really.
Thank you very much. I have a card.
You know, the subject.
Let me grab it. I really enjoyed listening to everything that you
yesterday
talked about.
I was supposed
This
to
is
give
my
a presentation on this particular issue.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I've done a lot of research on this internal diplomacy, so it's just
I
great
thought that I should give a presentation.
Although I don't see it as much as the biggest states.
I thought it was perfectly in line with what we were talking about. I thought it was really interesting.
Yeah. Thank you.
Especially just like talking about Putin's personality. I thought that was really interesting.
Oh, excuse
And Putin is number one. He developed Russia.
I like your comments very much.
Thank you.
This is my dad.
Oh, yes. Do you have Swedish origins?
Swedish and Norwegian, yes.
So you are a real Dane.
Yeah.
Couldn't stop coughing.
Today wasn't my best day, but
Thanks for the gum. Was that for you? Yeah. Okay. I was like dying to go.
probably I should have given a Russian view on European integration without, but you know, the Russia relations are very important. Very
No one's told me. I will ask.
But you know, the question of the Eurasian Union is worth much thinking. So these are looking on it because the paradox of this Eurasian Union is that the Ukrainians
Okay, guys, well, pleasure to meet you.
have a blow to this project.
Yikes.
And-
Nice to meet you. Fly safe.
Ryan, where do you want me to sit?
Let's Heather, where do we have?
Oh,
Professor, do you have a PowerPoint prepared?
Yeah, it's already loaded.
It is. Okay, excellent.
What's the sequence?
Professor Drogi says he already has the PowerPoint uploaded. So, yeah, we should be good then. Yeah, where? Two extra?
Is it cold here or is it just me?
All right. Sorry.
this impression that some organizers, some students wanted to.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm happy to talk about climate, but only about warm
Mr.
climates
Druggy,
where I like
Professor Yordanova.
my knowledge of
Do you
global
have
warming.
PowerPoint?
And
Which one of them have PowerPoint?
PowerPoint, correct?
I hear it's human-made.
Mr. Druggy.
I accept that.
Oh, okay. So we'll be speaking
No anymore.
First and fourth?
first and fourth.
Everybody's left.
I have you speaking.
Oh, that's all right, fine.
You're all right with that?
Be a fair number having.
Excellent.
What's the order of
Random.
random? Random?
Have you speaking fourth.
Okay.
That's all right. Professor Cronin, you'll go third, and you'll go second. Professor Hovick, you'll be
First, I
fifth.
structured everything I said about going first.
Yeah, Professor Rogi first.
Then you don't have to respond to anybody.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Keep you hydrated.
Yes.
You need to go.
No, I said I would go and get a coffee.
Got a pee now.
Well, I'll adapt. Get a huge
But
audience.
it's a useful reminder that global warming.
Coming back. Had to go out, get a donut, perhaps. Where did Sherman go? Run him a little behind. We have 2 hours scheduled. Currently, we were scheduled for 5.
Okay, you're watching my flank on this. Yeah. Oh, you're driving. Oh, we're not leaving till 7. Oh, okay.
Time for dinner, even.
Oh, it said 6 on the thing. Anyway, I trust you, which is very dodgy.
Thank you so much.
No problem. How are you?
Good you asked. You're flying out tonight?
Yeah.
That's a long panel until 7.
I don't think even. No, that's not possible. They probably realised they left too long. I'm catching a BA flight at 21:30.
Oh, you've got plenty of time.
Yeah, it's only half an hour. Isn't it?
There won't be any traffic.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, really only 15 minutes. to the airport.
15? Oh, right. Okay.
15, 20 minutes.
How do you go from here? 93?
What do you do then?
DC.
Get more thought into this than I would have done.
I don't know about that.
No,
This is supposed to be a panel on climate change.
Is it?
It was originally,
Oh,
but,
very amusing.
but things have changed.
No, we were just discussing this. It's like, it's man-made, right?
I think you'd have to take that up with Professor Druggy.
And the recent meeting happened in Paris, right?
Not
that's
Copenhagen.
Europe.
You're not going to get me on this.
Copenhagen, Paris. Yeah.
I've got long cuffs, but climate change is not one of mine.
See, if we were CNN talking heads, they talk about anything.
Yeah, I know.
They get
Yeah,
thrown
with
their
great
way.
confidence.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent.
Not always much knowledge. but
They
great
say things.
confidence.
Well, it's gonna be very complicated.
Okay, so I have. You want me to say that? I have that.
Yeah, I think whoever
I can just
said-
reread it. I can say that. Okay. Okay. I made sure. No worries.
So how long have you been
I started in 2012, so I'm in my 4th year, which means I have a sabbatical in the fall, and I'm on a big research group this year, so I'm not actually teaching.
I don't see him, but
It's a Hopkins grant actually. So they started giving out. They give 30 university-wide grants to junior faculty. Matthias.
let people settle down a minute here.
And so they started to get sick and tired at Hopkins of getting like their bright young engineers and medical doctors to leave to better places after like 2-3 years of investment. And so they said, okay, we're going to invest in you early on rather than post tenure. And I guess I benefited from it because they wanted to give all schools a vacation. They have to show that they're not just a medical school. Yeah. Exactly. So, but yeah, there were 200 applications for this, and they gave. So yeah, I mean.
So is it a group project?
No, it's individual, you know, and so it was $75,000, which is enough to buy yourself out of teaching, right? And do some more.
If they'll let you.
Yeah. Well, since it was the first time, the dean had to agree. Thanks again for making all this happen. Yeah. I arrived yesterday, so yeah, a lot of knowledge has come my way.
Good evening,
This is
or
the
good
last one,
afternoon,
right?
or whatever time this is. Folks, we're convening our last panel. This has been an extraordinary 5 days for our students and myself. It's a delightful denouement. We just heard from Uwe that I guess Boris has come, the mayor of London has come out of Brexit. The news that we've been trying to consume and the information we've been trying to absorb and trying to conceptualize and consolidate and learn is not information which is to be used passively. And the issues that we've contended with over these 5 days, and for me and for our alumni over the last 30 years, as I said in the very beginning, are conundrum issues. So stay tuned for events and be active citizens. For me, this is an extraordinary moment, a very delightful one, and I'm very happy to share it with you. This is my final panel of my final EPIIC Symposium, 31 in 30 years. It feels delightful because of the efforts of my class. Our colloquium, I think, has been extraordinary, and I have friends on this panel, new friends and old friends, and it's a great, great privilege to hand this over to Ryan and to enjoy this together. So let's enjoy this, okay? Bye.
Welcome, everyone, and thank you for attending this final panel of the 31st Annual Norris and Marjorie Benditson EPIIC International Symposium. My name's Ryan Buell. I'm a senior here at Tufts majoring in psychology. I'm a member of the EPIIC Colloquium, and I will be the moderator for this panel, Europe in the Global Order. I want to start off by saying thank you to all of our panelists here today and throughout this symposium. You've helped make this a truly wonderful intellectual experience. Thank you, of course, to Sherman Teichman for everything you've done for our class and for the 30 classes that preceded us. It's truly an honor to be here with you. I think I speak for all of my peers when I say that this has been a truly special experience to be a part of your final EPIIC class. Heather, Mike, the rest of the IGL staff, none of this could have happened without all your dedicated and hard work. I'm sure it's a sometimes thankless job, and we appreciate you fully. Thank you to the Tufts community, our international student delegations, our partners and allies, and all of our other guests who have been here early every morning and late every night, contributing to this truly unique experience. And last but not least, thank you to my peers in the EPIIC Colloquium. You've pushed me to far greater heights than I could have ever imagined, and I can only hope I have helped to do the same for you. This has been an incredible experience, and I am proud to have been a part of it with all of you. This panel will be examining the role of Europe in an increasingly globalized and multipolar world. If and when they can act in concert, the 28 member states of the European Union represent a powerful political force, capable of exercising international influence across a wide variety of issues. This panel will examine those issues and the means by which the European Union and its member states pursue objectives in the global arena. Our panelists will be discussing issues ranging from climate change, cybersecurity, the post-Cold War world order, and German leadership within Europe, as we seek to understand Europe's place in global politics. One of the many wonderful things about EPIIC is the range of interests that it brings together. I, myself, have a prominent interest in environmentalism and energy security. Indeed, Europe is a prominent global leader in the fight against greenhouse gas emissions and climate change. This is just one field in which the European Union leverages multilateral frameworks and projects its hegemonic reach to the global level. And it is here we will begin our panel discussion. Thus, it is my great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Peter Droege. Professor Droege is the chairholder of Sustainable Spatial Development at the University of Liechtenstein. He is the president of Eurosolar, an independent nonprofit dedicated to driving progress in renewable energy, and the Secretary General of the World Council for Renewable Energy. A dedicated leader in the global fight against climate change, he is an expert in sustainable urban development and renewable energy transition strategies. Please welcome him.
The intelligence, thoughtfulness, the depth of the exchange, the integration of various views, the enlightenment bestowed on us in the last few days, particularly on the issues of faith and beliefs, on difference, otherness, has been so powerful that I realized today that we'll have to find a way of capturing it and making it available to the American electorate. If we're able to do that, we would have a different sequence of candidates today, particularly if you look at the outcomes of the last few days on the Republican side. Europe and the global order, I would like to speak about a phenomenon which is fundamental to all the issues we've been discussing, and yet it's so hard to tackle. The energy and climate change nexus. It's fundamental to many of the issues we've talked about. Migration. We wouldn't have the kind of migration we have today if we didn't have climate change, if we didn't have the erosion of water tables, food supply, soils, inundation. We have the beginning of a migration wave, which today is a couple of million, will be 200 million in 10 years, perhaps. Could be in the billions within 25 to 30 years if we don't manage to somehow handle this and plan for it, but also avoid the root causes. We would have cause to change our trade policies. Europe's trade is famous, both internal and external. It's beneficial to the trading parties within Europe, beneficial to many of its external trading parties, but it has serious problems in terms of climate change. It's based on unsustainable agricultural practices. So unsustainable within Europe that a degree in temperature change would wipe out half of the agricultural productivity in Europe. It has trade policies, trade barriers to African and other developing countries that keep them from entering the EU, and have contributed to the fact that in African countries in the last 10 years, most countries switched from being food exporters to net food importers from the EU. We have a trade in toxic energy production, trade in oil and gas, which should be outlawed if we were serious about climate change. And yet this very trade lies at the root of the conflict in Ukraine, the conflict in Syria, the conflict across the entire arc from North Africa across the Mediterranean to the Persian Gulf, backed up by NATO follow-up. And that's the third issue of defense that we've talked about. We need to face the climate and energy dimension of the defense challenges we have. And fundamentally, governance. I'd like to talk about governance in a perhaps illustrative way, the power of governance in the European Union, which is going to have to be leveraged much more forcefully to deal with energy and climate issues. Look at European cities today. Paris, a wonderful city, extraordinary capital. Rome, very different, also very European. Budapest, great differences in places, and yet they have so many things in common, particularly one particular thing they have in common with the city of Moscow. They have in common with the city of Washington, D.C., in common with Tokyo, even with Sydney. And what is that one thing they have all in common? Utter dependence on fossil fuels. 80% of final energy demand is fossil-based. 95% of global transport energy, 95, not 59, 95% is oil-based. 90% of industrial production, including food production, is oil dependent. We got fossil air pollution health bill each year in Europe for 100 billion euros. In China, it's $80 billion. Europe is not better than other countries. We've got a rising and mounting military risk due to this dependence on these fossil fuels. And we've got in front of us the blowback of 100 years of constructing autocratic regimes to safeguard that flow of oil and their collapse. We have a fossil fuel consumption blowout of 500% in the last 50 years. We have a carbon concentrations increase from 280 parts per million, pretty steady maximum over the last 10 million years, to 400 parts per million last year. Never reached before. We've got negotiations before Paris to try to limit these concentrations, 450 parts per million, to limit the degree temperature rise to 2 degrees Celsius relative to pre-industrial levels. But we know that already at a 0.8 degree temperature rise, the cryosphere began to destabilize. So 2 degrees are too much. And if you think that 2 degrees are the right focus as a target, then 450 parts per million is the wrong target to look at, because we have a more than 50% risk of overshooting the target at that concentration level. Add to that the consumption of palm oil and other production that requires the draining of Southeast Asian moorlands, emitting as much CO2 as we're supposed to be saving in the entire Kyoto Protocol. And it's not featuring in it. Add to that the beginning of permafrost melting and the possible feedback mechanism that asks the ultimate question: what's the final temperature, possibly, worst case, on this planet? I could ask climate scientists, but they probably won't be able to give you the modeling answer. If you ask astrophysicists like Carl Sagan or Stephen Hawking, you get the worst case by them looking at our next sister planet, Venus, about the same size, a little closer to the sun, 460 degrees surface temperature. We are a little further away from the sun, so probably get away with 250 degrees. Still pretty warm. Not something we can contemplate. What does that mean? It means that our targets are all wrong. We can't aim at 450 parts per million CO2 concentration. We have to aim at 350 or maybe 280. That means below the current concentration levels. Our action horizons have shrunk to 2020. Nobody's really seriously talking about 2050 anymore, partially because we don't really start to do anything until 2049. But we also began to really seriously think about, in Europe and other parts of the world, about 100% renewable energy supply, meaning the elimination of fossil and nuclear energy content. And that it's a pretty simple graph. Everyone understands that. This means energy consumption reduction through efficiency and sufficiency, demand management, and the increase of the renewable energy mix in the overall energy supply. It's easily done by using nuclear fusion. We have a major nuclear fusion reactor only 150 million kilometers from Logan Airport. It takes 30 years to fly there with United Airways. 25 years to come back because of the solar wind. And now this is a fusion reactor that's able to heat the planet by 300 degrees Celsius. So we don't have an energy problem. We have too much energy in the system. We've got so much energy in the system that if we used only the most potent wind power locations in Europe, that's the colored ones, in the United States, in East Asia, and Australia would be able to supply 5 to 8 times the total commercial electricity demand,
just with wind power. We've got a ramping up of wind power last 10 years, 20-fold. We've got a 60-fold increase in photovoltaic production in the last 10 years. There's an enormous potential of increasing supply, enormous capital investment taking place. 2014, $270 billion US dollars, far more than all other fossil and nuclear production combined from private investment. We have a model of energy production, this is Switzerland, which depends 80% on energy imports. 3/4 is fossil. The rest is nuclear, 10% is water in terms of primary energy content. This wasteful energy model is being phased out as we speak and be replaced by national self-sufficiency models where countries are looking for local, regional, and perhaps continental renewable energy sources. They're sharing through networks, they're storing in storage systems, and they exchange with the ultimate users. This is the technology of the 21st century. We've got experiments in Germany that demonstrate that can be done. For instance, these distributed hydropower, solar, wind, and biofuel generators, 50 of them replacing a 500 megawatt coal-fired power plant in a distributed formation. Almost 60% of the German territory is covered by counties, by states, by territories that have set themselves a 100% renewable energy target. 60%. We've got entire states, for instance, Burgenland in Austria, had 0 renewable energy. 10 years later, 100%, just by throwing up sticks with rotors at the end, just by using wind power. We had the same revolution in Spain, for instance, Navarre, an impoverished region in the north of Spain, using wind power, water power, bioenergy, solar, to become one of the wealthiest renewable energy producers in Spain until the nuclear and fossil fuel lobby realized that it was undermining the business model and caused the Spanish government to eliminate the feed-in tariff retroactively. Not before they introduced a much-cherished innovation that's popular around the world today, which is value-added financial products based on solar energy, like retirement investment based on renewable real estate, investing in solar panels rather than the stock market, guaranteeing 8% return over 20 years. Good investment in renewable energy from oil companies all the way to private equity, sovereign wealth, and governments. So cities across Europe are investing in renewable energy, both in their cities and across Europe, in Spain, in wind power and other countries. Germany's capital, the new Berlin capital, is built as an autonomous energy system. It depends on the grid, the national, the regional grid, as a backup system. The last pope, not to be outdone, banked on solar redemption. We have conducted an EU-funded research project in our own backyard, a region of 4 European countries, 15,000 square kilometers in size, 4 million people, Switzerland, Austria, southern Germany, and Liechtenstein. And we modeled the capacity of that region to gear up from a 10% self-sufficiency supply in thermal energy, heat, to about 40% by 2050, and from a roughly 25% supply level based on own energy sources in electricity to 100% in 2050. In fact, we can reach already by 2030 100% electricity. That means from there on we have got a surplus production. If we can manage to store that electricity, convert it to heat, to power to gas, to converting electricity into methane, we can convert the rest to heat and have by 2050 full electricity supply, full thermal energy supply, but also mobility. We can power all the individual cars were there to be electrically propelled. And if we also introduce some very basic and ancient techniques of agricultural enrichment of soils with humus or biochar, if we were to fix our wetlands, if we reforest the region, we can turn it into a CO2 negative region. That means it absorbs more CO2 from the atmosphere than it produces. When we get to the point where we have to get to, we have to reduce the CO2 concentrations in the atmosphere within the next 50 to 100 years. And it can be done. This is no rocket science. On the contrary, these are techniques that have been known for thousands of years. We can also use wood, biochar-enhanced mortar, replacing cement, steel, using buildings, using carbon sequestering materials. For the next 50 years, we need to sequester as much CO2. We manage to do that and stop using fossil fuels. We get to that extraordinary point where we also save immense investments. If you compare investing in renewables versus continuing the same system of nuclear or fossil fuel generation, you have a differential savings of 10 billion euros in the 2040-50 timeframe in this little region alone. Get employment generation, and it costs 200 euros per person per year to do it. There's a couple of lunches. Now comes the big figure, and that big figure is 1.1 trillion, 1.082 trillion euros, and that is the capital invested in the European Union in the 2014 to 2020 timeframe in structural funds. I'm done. Done. Thank you very much. The most important thing is that these funds need to be invested wisely, and they're not being invested properly. These are the various funds we have: Cohesion Fund, Regional Development, Social Fund, Agricultural Funds, Maritime Fisheries Fund, European Energy Union. It's not focused on this target. We have done an analysis in which all these funds, without adding additional money, can be invested in a way that we get these benefits directly. So in addition to leveling the development across Europe, in addition to, I'm almost done, integrating Europe, we can also now come to the most important point of my discussion, promotion of the book. And this book is not only a self-promotion, it is in fact a realization that Sherman Teichmann, IGL, has handed out 13 awards. In the last few days, 13 awards. I counted them in the program.
Yeah, probably more.
Well, in this program. I'd like to give you 2 more awards. You personally. One award is the beneficiary of the IGL award, given to you by one of your Inspire fellows, Peter Drogi. And one award as the first global strategic advisor to the Institute of Strategic Development in Liechtenstein and Berlin. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is what 1 million euros buy you. This is the amount of money invested, half of it from the European Union, half of it from private foundations, creating the Energy Atlas for our region. And I'll give that to you as your second award, because it follows on the book that you helped sponsor with my fellowship here, the book on renewable cities, which I wrote here at Tufts 10 years ago. Thank you very much.
I know this is my last panel when they're going to be irregularities. Peter and I have been friends for 4 decades. March routinely. He's been an Inspire Fellow here and dedicated a book to us at Global Cities. And if you want to know what I'm doing next, this is part of what we're doing next.
Our next panelist will be Dr. Maria Yordanova. Dr. Yordanova is the director of the law program at the Center for the Study of Democracy, having worked at the center since 1998. She led efforts to gauge Bulgarian legislation's adherence to acquis communautaire and specializes in promoting adherence to human rights standards. In recent years, she has turned her efforts towards combating cybercrime, and it is on this topic she will address us today.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you, Sherman. Thanks to all who are involved in organizing this event. It's really a big honor for me to be part of the EPIIC Symposium and to have the opportunity to share some of my thoughts on the role of the European Union and international cyber policy. I've chosen this topic because international cyber policy is considered to be part of the future global order. And in this context, human rights and security appear to be one of the key areas of international policy affairs that are undergoing a dramatic change with the increasingly rapid development of digital age. Parallel with the big advantages we are benefiting every day in our life, in our personal life, in our work and study, and our contacts and communication between us with the administration, with the institutions. This development also bears new security challenges that may affect not only individuals, not only groups of persons or countries or wider communities, but the world as a whole. It is well known that internet has become one of the most important infrastructure of our world. At the same time, the internet has become a crime scene, a very serious violations and crimes from attacks against the information system to different kinds of frauds, etc. But this is also a place of online harassment, online child sexual exploitation, payment frauds. This is also the place where terrorists and jihadists are recruiting their supporters and their fighters. They are doing their propaganda, etc. So cyber developments really make possible new ways of committing crime and change dramatically the nature of the criminality. Traditional crime committed on the internet and specific new cybercrime that can be committed only on the internet seriously threaten human rights and national and international security. In the face of these growing threats, human rights are more vulnerable than ever because they can be affected not only by the criminals by committing crimes, but also by the governments. And there are a lot of examples in misuse by the governments with personal data by using special investigative means based on the new technologies, not for the purposes of detecting and investigating crimes, but for using political pressures against the private sector, against the individual, etc. So, but back to the topic. In Europe, cybersecurity has constantly been in focus over the past few decades, and I would mention parallel to the adoption of legal provisions, Cyber Crime Convention of the Council of Europe and from 2001, and its additional protocol from 2013. Also, the later EU legal documents. I would like to mention some other strengths and initiatives in the recent political and technology developments within the European Union. First of all, the first strategy, the first comprehensive policy document, cybersecurity strategy of the European Union, an open, safe, and secure cyberspace, adopted in 2013, which for the first time, which is the first policy document that addresses all relevant actors, public institutions, public authorities, but also private sector and individual citizens. And reducing cybercrime is pointed as one of the strategic priorities that should guide cybersecurity policy in the EU and internationally, in international relations of the Union. The second point, second I would mention the created respective institutional mechanism to carry out the cyber policy within the Union. The first one is the European Network and Information Security Agency, called ENISA, established in 2004, which is designed to provide coordination in cybercrime investigation with EU, but also with non-EU partners. And then the recent established Cybersecurity Center in operating since 2013, hosted by Europol, which is providing operational support to law enforcement agency from EU member states and from other partners. And it is mandated to deal with specific areas of cybercrime, those who are committed by organized crime groups, but also that are causing big harms to the victims, like sexual online child exploitation and many others, but also cyber attacks against critical infrastructure and information system within the Union. And one more example from the private sector, the mobile industry. This is the most rapidly expanding sector of the internet, is driven by European technologies. Approximately 50% of mobile internet traffic in the world goes through European infrastructure, and this is despite the massive brain drain from Europe to the Silicon Valley. Further, in the area of self-regulations and private sector, I would mention that the European mobile industry has adopted the European framework for safer mobile use by younger teenagers and children. And this has been incorporated in national code of conduct in all member states. Parallel to this, also a lot of other self-regulations and public-private partnership were established in order effectively to counter illicit criminal activities in cyberspace, such as like hotlines. And there are very much promising practices and cases of early detecting such misuse in cyberspace. However, despite these strengths and initiatives, Europe at the community level and at the level of private sector is still lagging behind the development of a global cybersecurity policy and adequate human rights protection in the new environment, in the new digital environment. I will point out only some of the weakest points. First of all, many of the efforts so far remain fragmented. Political and legislative measures for strengthening cybersecurity and countering cybercrime violations are of limited effect. There are even no consensus about which cybercriminal activities to criminalize further. Also, there is still no commonly agreed definition or classification of cybercrime. The prevalence of cybercrime across the European Union is difficult to estimate, as there are no comparable cross-national data on this. And last but not least, public confidence both in cybersecurity and in the ability of the institution or the authorities effectively to counter illicit cyber activities remains very low. All surveys done recently show this trend and also show that very few victims of cybercrime report their crime to the respective institutions. So anxiety about victimization is widespread. And of particular concern is also the relatively high proportion of respondents who have encountered materials promoting racial hatred or religious extremism. All these deficiencies and inability to cope with the current crisis, I mean migration crisis, refugee crisis, and all internal for the Union problems, but also global problems, they affect negatively the role of the European Union in international affairs and especially in cyber policy as well. Meanwhile, from a global perspective, the level of consensus for shaping a common cybersecurity policy that has been reached also remains very low. An agreement on a wider scope of issues on cybersecurity and cybercrime is still lacking. And just to conclude, research envisages that the growth of cyber threats, such as an increased use of cybercrime services, also increased demand for cybercrime services, increased sophistication of the developed malware, and a shift of the malware to the mobile devices, increased hacking of cloud services for the purposes of spying. And having in mind all this research envisages, the security of cyberspace inevitably becomes of a global significance and requires global, preemptive, and more dynamic approach. And Europe should use its potential to accelerate this process and also to reinforce its role as one of the important shaping factors in international affairs, including in the area of cyber policy. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Yordanova. Our next speaker will be Dr. James Cronin. Professor Cronin teaches modern British and European history at Boston College. He specializes in British and American foreign policy and comparative modern history. He also chairs the British Study Group for the Center for European Studies at Harvard University. In 2014, Professor Cronin published his most recent book, Global Rules, America and Britain in a Disordered World, examining the special relationship between the US and UK in a post-Cold War world. Please welcome him.
Well, at the risk of repeating what many other people have said, I want very much to thank Sherman for inviting me, and all of you here at Tufts for putting together an incredibly impressive several-day symposium. I'd like to see my colleagues at Boston College do that. We don't. We probably do other things. I think we have festivals of Irish dancing and stuff like that. But I tend to think this is a little more meaningful, and I think that's terrific. And I don't want to say a lot right now, in part because I want to get to the discussion, but also because you have a very impressive panel here, and there are 6 people on it. So I want to make just a couple of points. The main point that I want to make is pretty obvious, but needs, I think, some emphasis and repetition. Europe right now is an integral part and an important part of the present global order. It's of course been important in world history for a long time, but the source of its influence has recently shifted. It's no longer a matter of the fact that Europe is or was the most developed part of the world. It's no longer a matter of Europeans having the greatest military might, and it's no longer a matter of empire, which for a very long time defined Europe's relationship with the world. In fact, if such measures were the things we use to measure influence, we could probably talk about Europe being less influential today than in the past. But in fact, Europe, I think, is remarkably important in the global order we have today. And its influence now obviously owes much to the fact that it's an economic powerhouse, but it also owes a great deal to the fact that it is an actor, a united actor. Now, we know that Europe is not fully united. There are lots of divisions, but it is nevertheless an actor that collectively makes a great deal of difference. And in particular, it's an actor whose clout was very much increased in the last effort, the last major reordering of world order in the period after the end of the Cold War. If you think about it a bit, the end of the Cold War was this enormous challenge. It was an opportunity to reconstruct vast portions of the world, basically the portions between Berlin and Moscow. And so there were enormous challenges and tests. The central task confronting the world in 1989 and in the few years after was to determine the character of the new states and economies that would grow up after the fall of socialism, and to determine the linkages that these countries would have with the rest of the world, with each other, and with an emerging or reconstructed global order. Now, this reconstruction and reintegration of Eastern and Central Europe into the world would be first attempted in a serious fashion in Germany, where the terms on which the East would be integrated with the West were really worked out in a very critical and determining way. Now, it was perhaps inevitable that this reintegration would happen the way it did. That is, perhaps it was inevitable that West Germany and East Germany would unite in a new, more powerful Germany. Again, perhaps inevitable given the strength of German national sentiment. At the same time, if you talk to people in 1989, or read now, going back, what people wrote about what they seem to have thought in 1989 and 1990 and around that time, there was no sense of inevitability. There was no sense that we knew just how the world would emerge, just what a post-Cold War order would look like. In fact, there was some support within Germany, as many of you know, for some sort of loose connection between East and West, an integration process that would take generations or at least decades. There was also support for eastern parts of Germany becoming a sort of different kind of economy, some kind of a halfway house between socialism and capitalism, a sort of third way that might even be a model for the rest of Europe. And there were very serious questions about where Germany would stand geopolitically. Now that the Cold War was ending, would it be neutral between East and West, or would it be allied with the West? Now, the answer to these questions was mostly given by the Germans themselves in a very rapid process of reunification. And the answer was that Germany would cast its lot with West Germany, that is, all of Germany would become modeled on and organized around the West German model, and with institutions and allegiances that were fundamentally oriented toward Western Europe and the ways of organizing society that prevailed there. Strategically, at the same time, Germany would opt to remain within NATO, and in that sense keep NATO ongoing in a world where one could easily debate its necessity. And as Germany went, this is the fundamental choice the Germans made, but as Germany went, so much of the rest of Eastern Europe would go. So would essentially the rest of the area that used to be part of the Soviet Empire in Eastern and Central Europe. Now, a major factor, probably the major factor in this choice, was the attraction of what European countries had achieved in and through the European community, soon to become the European Union. The EU would be both a magnet and a model, and it would also, in certain cases, particularly financially, but also legally, have a direct hand in helping to design the institutions of the new states in Central and Eastern Europe, and essentially design the terms and set the terms for their transitions to political democracy and to free markets. Now, so that the EU becomes, and Europe as it existed, had evolved through and with the EU, becomes in fact central to what's created in that huge area to be reconstructed And in the process, Europe itself becomes much, much more important. It becomes bigger, it expands to the east, and it becomes much more of a global player, or becomes possible to become much more of a global player. And these choices and preferences that exist and are made in Europe and by Europeans fit in with and were reinforced, echoed, and augmented by the choices and decisions made on this side of the Atlantic. The United States very much supported a major role for Europe, for the EU, and also for NATO in reconstructing this big chunk of the world. People may not remember, there's no reason to, but one reflects upon the strategy, the geopolitical strategy of the Bush administration, the first Bush administration. It was very much to try to build up a kind of architecture through which the whole world would be organized, but an architecture in which the broad framework is set in place globally, but in which regional actors like the European Union or like NATO would play an enormous role in not exactly policing their areas, but basically actually well, representing their areas and organizing themselves. And there was this focus, perhaps I would say a naive faith on the part of the Bush administration that you get the architecture right and all else will follow. That leaves lots to happen locally. But it allowed Europe and encouraged Europe to play a much bigger role in organizing itself, and in particular in playing a role in a broader post-Cold War world order. Even after Bush, the Clinton administration in the US adopted a very, very similar policy. I doubt anybody remembers the title, the key words in the national security strategy of the Clinton administration, because they weren't very exciting. They were engagement and enlargement. The US would encourage engagement on the part of all major parties, players, states in the world, in the international economy and in the United Nations, the international system. And it would try to enlarge what they called the zone of democracy originally. But pretty soon, this notion of engagement and enlargement really meant enlarge the EU, enlarge NATO, because enlarging these organizations that were central to the overall architecture of economic relations and of security was the notion that building and improving, increasing the strength of organizations of this sort would serve to lock in transitions to democracy and transitions to market economies in ways that would lock them in, make it hard for people to backslide, make it sort of institutionally guarantee that movements toward democracy and free markets. Now, not all of these hopes were fulfilled, as we all know. There's lots of backsliding on all sorts of issues. Nevertheless, I think these efforts in terms of creating a post-Cold War world were pretty successful in the 1990s, at least. Successful enough that even with the great challenges of the world since, or to this world order, since 9/11 and since 2008, its fundamental structure looks much the same. So all this means that Europe, which, as Maya Cross told us, has a long history of being a collective entity and a desire to do so, also has a more recent past in which its ability to do these things, to play a global role, whether it's in debating climate change or in bringing peace and development to places, that role's been much augmented in the period since 1989 or 1990, which means, and this is my final point, and it's not a point that will come as a surprise to any of you, that questions about whether or not Europe can continue to be strong, continue to function effectively, are huge and hugely important. The challenges you all know about, you've been discussing them for 3 or 4 days now. The challenge of economic stagnation, the effects, the destabilizing effects of austerity policies and of debt, problems of migration and refugees. These are, crucial things that could, in fact, weaken, possibly tear apart Europe, derail the European project. If they did, they would be very significant, and it would be, I think, a serious loss for sort of the global order, for Europe and the world. And of course, at the moment, the biggest challenge is the one that Britain is facing, the choice of whether or not to remain in the European Union. I thought I was here on Friday and kept watching the news, and it turned out that the British government bargained what most people thought was a pretty good deal, which seemed to augur well for the outcome of the referendum in June. But then over the weekend, what's been clear is the depth of opposition to remaining in Europe on the part of some within the Tory party. So it's very much up for grabs. I don't have a prediction. It will be interesting and exciting, but it will be, if it happens, if Britain chooses to withdraw from Europe, it will have a major effect weakening Europe, weakening Europe's voice in the world affairs, and I think setting back some of the objectives that most Europeans now hold in common. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Cronin. Next, we will welcome Dr. Matthias Matthes. Professor Matthes teaches international political economy at the School of Advanced International Studies at Johns Hopkins. He has done extensive work on economic crises, policymaking, inequality, and the erosion of democratic legitimacy in advanced industrial states. Professor Matthes co-edited the book, The Future of Europe, with Professor Mark Blythe of Brown University, who was a guest lecturer for our colloquium earlier this year. He brings his rich knowledge of modern economic policies to help us examine the role of Germany in Europe and of Europe in the world.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Sherman, for this invitation, and Amber, former Tufts and SAIS graduate. I feel like I'm in the lion's den a little bit. Teaching at SAIS, we always think of Fletcher and SIPA and Georgetown as our major competitors, but I understand there's many bright undergraduates here, and we will open our arms if you want to continue your study in international relations and pursue a Master of Arts. We've already stolen Vali Nasser from you, who's now our dean and has taught here for many years. And I don't know if we can get Dan Dresner or maybe Sherman, who's a Hopkins undergraduate. Maybe we can get him as well. But anyway, that's not my intention. So actually, Professor Cronin has set me up very, very nicely for what I wanted to talk about in Europe's global role. Because at the risk of spoiling the party, Europe is obviously significant. And I almost feel like, remember those critics in Washington, D.C., and there were very few of the Iraq War. Every time they were critical of the Iraq War in 2002, 2003, they had to first go on for 7 minutes on how they've supported wars in the past and how they were in favor of the Vietnam War and the Gulf War, and so to state their credentials. I grew up in Belgium, and I'm a Belgian citizen, and I grew up thinking that the European Union was actually a Belgian creation, right? That we were kind enough, us Dutch, Belgians, and Luxembourgers, to take in those poor Germans and French into this great exciting adventure that we started on. And then when I went to graduate school at Johns Hopkins, they told me that this was a Franco-German affair. And I was like, no. This is a Belgian affair. We invited them, and we have been expanding the club ever since. So, I obviously carry Europe and the European project and European integration in a very warm heart. And maybe I've been in the United States for too long, now about 13 years. But looking at Europe from the United States gives you a very different view than looking at it from Europe itself. So I want to make 5 points. The first point is to talk about Europe, how we saw the future of Europe about 10 years ago, and how we see it today. And I think this has to do with Europe's multiple crises, and I'll tell you the significance, what I think, of all these crises, because if I count the crises that Europe is going through the last
couple of years, there's about 5 overlapping, intertwining crises. I want to look briefly at the role of German leadership, because I think this will be key for Europe going forward. And I think the lessons that Germany can learn from the United States leadership post-World War II in the global economy, that Germany could do potentially for Europe, and what the chances of this are. And then my last point, which is sometimes hard to make because some of the students' questions already go to this. I think it's probably time to rethink our old theories on integration and to think that economic integration is somehow easy, while political security integration is somehow hard. So they're based on very old-fashioned maybe concepts of sovereignty and how important military power is. And maybe, again, there my Belgianness comes out, because the idea of Belgium having a military force and not wanting to give up that sovereignty to other powers strikes me at least as rather strange. So again, we've come a long way. So when I started graduate school, and studying Europe from the United States, these were the books that were coming out at the time in 2003, 2004. Jeremy Rifkin wrote The European Dream, T.R. Reid wrote The United States of Europe, and Mark Leonard just published Why Europe Will Run the 21st Century. So all these books had a common theme, right? It looked that the world was going to be very much a post-American world, that as the 21st century, everybody thought, let's not forget, that the 20th century was going to be Germany's century. In many ways it was. The first half for not the reasons that you may have liked, but it ended up being the American century. So everybody believed at the time that US administration was hopelessly mired in conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan, hopelessly unilateral, and what Europe was promising was a kind of multilateral, consensus-driven world, a post-realist world, this very much Kantian world, and this was celebrated. Of course, this was criticized at the same time. But so that was the time of the European Constitution being in the making, and Europe did look, and I mean, there were plenty of studies done at the time from ASEAN's point of view, from Mercosur's point of view, even from NAFTA's point of view, that maybe Europe had it right? That this institution building, that this European project that was at the heart of Brussels was something that the rest of the world could imitate. A common currency, which seemed to be tremendously successful at the time, right? A kind of a different foreign policy, a soft power, smart power-driven foreign policy that was based on values of democratization, of human rights, and so on, seemed much more appealing than torturing people in Guantanamo Bay and things like this, right? So I mean, that was the moment I entered graduate school. And of course, I mean, things have kind of gone from bad to worse for Europe since. So, and these 5 crises, why are they important? Because they've created new dividing lines within Europe. I think the main point of the Euro crisis is not that it was a narrative of too much debt, of too much German power, but the main significance for me is that it made clear that the euro wasn't a purely technocratic experiment, that this was a very political endeavor. And the idea that monetary policy is boring, right, has long since left our imagination. I mean, monetary policy is actually pretty powerful and pretty exciting, and in many ways creates winners and losers. And that's where, of course, people who study politics find this very interesting. But so what we realize is that the euro created winners and losers. So just to give you some figures on this, right, Greek standards of living, as measured in GDP per capita in the early 90s, were about 55% of German standards of living. By 2007, they were close to 72% of German standards of living. Guess where they are today? They're around 39% of German standards of living. And it's not just a Greek tragedy, right? This is true for Spain, which went from about 60% of German standards of living to close to 85, and is now down to 69, right? So these were countries, southern European countries, peripheral countries that joined Europe, joined the euro. This was the promised economic miracle that was going to bring them, you know, close to the northern standards of development. But what it's also done, I think, the euro crisis, and this is on the next slide, is it's created a tremendous dissatisfaction, not just with the European Union, that we know, right? I mean, southern European countries, this is very well documented in the Eurobarometer, but this is satisfaction with democracy at home. So what you see, the difference between Southern and Northern Europe is clearly that the satisfaction with democracy at home peaked in the kind of mid-2000s, around 2005, but it's gone dramatically down. With the exception, Ireland has gone up somewhat because they've recovered quite well from the euro crisis. But you see that there's 4 Southern European countries, Spain, Greece, Italy, and Portugal, where now a vast majority is unhappy with their country's democracy. Well, you don't see this in Northern Europe. And I think this has something to do with the fact that the euro represents the preferences of the North, right? Especially the preferences of Germany and smaller Northern European countries. But also that Northern Europe doesn't feel as much constrained in its economic policy discretion in the way that Southern Europe does, right? I mean, in many ways, they can go on and implement their economic policies, but also the preferences of northern countries and how they voted on economic policy are represented very much in the euro, which is not the case in Southern Europe. Most obviously, this has been the case in the elections in Greece, Portugal, and Spain recently, and I suspect this is what Matteo Renzi is stepping up his anti-euro, anti-European rhetoric because he feels very much the heat from this. We've also seen a revanchist Russia and the refugee crisis very recently, and of course they're linked, right? I mean, and very recently it's become very clear that Putin has basically been bombing Syria to push more refugees into Turkey that then would be pushed into Europe. So why are these crises important? The revanchist Russia crisis is important because it's kind of woken up Europe out of this dream of a Kantian world that was not that dangerous anymore, and they didn't have to worry about military power all that much anymore. And the refugee crisis, that the problems close to Europe, in North Africa and in the Middle East, are very much Europe's problems as well, and you cannot wish them away. Here, if you ever wanted to explain two-level games in international relations, this is a very good cartoon from the Financial Times. So the Brexit threat, I think, is a lot more serious than most analysts are pointing out. Right? And here, I don't want to make any predictions, because that's not what we do, because we get it wrong, mostly. But what I will say is that we have a Labour Party in Britain where Jeremy Corbyn is the leader. Not a single pundit ever thought this was even possible. We have all kinds of things going on in US elections that nobody ever thought was possible, right? So I think this is not going to be a vote on June 23rd about the economic and political merits of staying in Europe. It's going to be a very emotional vote on what people think about the current government, where people think of established elites and so on. And then this is the perfect opportunity to say no, right? Europe doesn't have a very good record when it comes to referendums and when it comes to people voting yes or no. Of course, most of the time the stakes weren't that high. For Britain, the stakes are much higher. But fundamentally, when people start to say when the whole establishment is going to pull together and campaign to stay in the EU, don't be surprised if the votes go against this, right? The idea that Mitt Romney's endorsement is going to help Marco Rubio in the current Republican Party, I mean, I find it kind of interesting that policy analysts still actually believe this after the last 6 months of what we've seen going on in the Republican Party, right? The more endorsements you get from the more establishment, the more problematic it becomes. And then I think the most important crisis which is going on, which goes to the very heart of what Europe is about, and that's what we've seen in the backsliding of liberal democracy in both Hungary and Poland. This is, I think, slipped under the radar a bit because this is really significant, right? I mean, this is not just about what Europe can do. This is what Europe is about. And so the first crisis, the euro crisis, created this north-south divide. What Russia, refugees, and of course Hungary, Poland have created is very much an east-west divide. So there's all kinds of fault lines back in Europe, which I think make this much less attractive to the rest of the world as a model. I don't know if you've noticed, but there's, ASEAN is no longer actively looking and having a common currency, and neither is Latin America. So this has questioned Europe as, I mean, in the previous panel, there was some discussion on this, but Europe as a normative power, I agree, was always a bit naive, but it has created lots of PhD students, and all hail to Ian Manners and the concept. But also this whole idea of European soft power is in question. I think that's mainly been battered by the way we've dealt with the refugee crisis. So quickly, how has Germany dealt with with these crises. What you've seen is the kind of three phases of German leadership. So in the middle is Angela Merkel and her typical way of making decisions, right? That's usually how she stands. But the three phases are on top. You see Germany as the kind of enforcer-in-chief, the enforcer of the rules. Here, in foreign policy and dealing with Russia, she's been the facilitator-in-chief, where she's almost like wants to say something more but is hesitating. And then they've been the benefactor-in-chief when it comes to refugees. So very different roles. Very much willing to break the rules on refugees, but not willing to break the rules in the Euro crisis. What I think the problem has been with German leadership, even though it is kind of the story of the last 5 years, how Germany has started to play this major role, is the main lesson to me that Germany could learn is from US post-war leadership is that you have to take a leadership role not just by looking at rules and telling other states to follow the rules, but by leading by example, and sometimes that means taking on the main burden of leadership. What do I mean with this is, and there I think the lessons are from Charles Kindleberger. He said about the US role, or the failure of the US in the Great Depression. In these circumstances, the international economic and monetary system needs leadership, and what he meant is somebody to take on the undue share of the burden of the system, and particularly take on these three global public goods. Germany has done the exact opposite when it came to playing leadership during the Euro crisis, and I think that's probably why it's gone on for so much longer. So this is my last slide. We're getting there. So if you think of the future of European integration, I think there are limits to economic integration. I think we're hitting those limits now, these hard limits. There are real distributive consequences. There are winners and losers. I don't think more Europe is not necessarily the answer when there's so many different countries when it comes to taxation, when it comes to social security, when it comes to their pension system. Let people decide what kind of system they want. Right? Don't do all of this. Integrate it. Where I think there is great potential is in the security and political integration. But Julian Howarth is here, so I'm going to let him talk about what I know very little about. But it does seem to me that Europe shares these common threats, like terrorism, like a revanchist Russia, like global warming, like rising powers, that it's actually quite easy to agree on these days, right? Plus, compared to 10 years ago when all these books were written, there is actually US support now for pooling military resources in the European Union. This is no longer what's holding Europe back. So I think for us, scholars, students, practitioners, to think of European integration, maybe we're too stuck in thinking that the economic part is easy while the security political part is hard. So, and this could well be a better model for regional integration for the rest of the world. But let me end right there. And again, apologies for going over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Matthijs. Next, we will welcome Dr. Julian Howarth. Professor Howarth is a Jean Monnet Professor of European Politics, Professor Emeritus of European Studies at the University of Bath, and a visiting Professor of Political Science at Yale University. He has written extensively on issues of European security and foreign policy integration, and is currently focusing his research on power transitions within the context of the European Union. His impressive body of work makes him uniquely qualified to discuss the challenges faced by European institutions and member state governments in the modern security environment. Please welcome him.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for inviting me. Delighted to be here. I'm not going to talk about security and defense. I've done that, been there. You can read the book. I'm going to talk about other things, and I may upset one or two people because I'm going to take a contrary view. I'm going to talk about 4 issues. Very, very briefly, normative power Europe. I'm going to talk about the neighborhood. I'm going to talk about the global strategy, the European global strategy process, which is ongoing at the moment. I'm going to talk a little bit about Europe's attempts to have a relationship with the emerging powers. We've talked about the normative power issue a little bit in the previous panel, and Jo Koop's made the point, which I entirely endorse, one or two others have as well, that this was vastly overplayed. It is an academic, essentially it's an academic exercise with a little bit of spillover into some EU officials who believe it, but basically it may have been true 10 or 15 years ago that parts of the world looked at Europe as a model. It is no longer true at all, and much of the recent literature bears that out. partly for obvious reasons that Europe's mantras about human rights and universal values are actually shot through with hypocrisy and double standards. We don't do torture, do we? We just have black sites and an island called Diego Garcia, where it goes on. We do overseas aid, but we give ourselves, through the common market, about 10 times the value of that overseas aid and prevent the rest of the world entering the market. So normative power Europe, I think, was always nonsense and is now not something we want to spend time on. The notion that the other regional regimes of the world are looking at Europe as a model is also misguided for the very simple fact that Europe emerged for historical reasons germane to Europe. And all of these other regional regimes, ASEAN, African Union, UNASUR, whatever, are emerging for their own reasons. And although some of the institutions may look the same or similar or have similar names, the thing is very, very, very different. And today, as Matthias said, the rest of the world does not look on Europe as a model. And we only have to go to the neighborhood to see why. Because if we work outwards from Europe to the neighborhood, we can see that the European neighborhood policy, which has existed since 2002, is a shambles. To the south, the Union for the Mediterranean was a Faustian pact whereby we did a deal with a bunch of dictators in North Africa. They went after Islamists, we paid them a little bit of money, and we turned a blind eye to their total rejection of anything approaching human rights. And that was the Faustian Pact. At the time of the Arab Spring, it just fell apart, popped like a balloon, and we haven't yet found anything to replace it. If you look to the east, with the Eastern Partnership, which is very serious, this was arguably an even worse record. Why was the Eastern Partnership so flawed? First of all, because the 6 countries of the Eastern Partnership, those are the countries between the European Union proper and Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, Georgia, Azerbaijan, Moldova, etc., had nothing in common at all with one another, other than the fact that they were close to Europe and close to Russia. What we were offering them was peanuts, basically. We don't have a policy. The member states of the European Union do not have a collective policy towards the Eastern Bloc at all. They don't agree on what that policy should be. They don't agree on accession, enlargement. There are many things they don't agree on. So they hand this thing over to the Commission, to the European Commission, which does it in a purely formulaic and technocratic way, offering these countries virtually everything that they don't want, because accession is not on offer, and for countries that do want accession, that is to say Ukraine and Georgia in particular, it's a source of endless frustration. For countries that are not interested in accession, it's essentially irrelevant. What was on offer was far too little, and the greatest flaw of all was that it was done with absolutely no regard for Russia, who is the major player in the area. It was done on the grounds of really a sort of Eurocentric sense that somehow or other these countries could not be attracted to the European Union, that eventually they would have to decide to pull themselves into the European orbit. And they didn't. Strategists were arguing at the time when these deep and comprehensive free trade agreements were being negotiated with these 6 countries of the Eastern Partnership, strategists were making it quite clear that Russia had many, many cards to pull the rug on this and to pull those countries back in. And they succeeded. Conditionality was extremely inconsistent. Belarus, which is a nasty sort of regime, got a load of sanctions dumped on it. Azerbaijan, which is equally nasty regime, but has oil, got a free pass. These are the sorts of double standards that countries around the world look at and are not particularly impressed. The problem was that the Obama administration believed that the European Union knew what it was doing in its relations with the eastern part of Europe, and all of this led to great disillusions and eventually Victoria Nuland's expletive deleted. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, look it up. So, in terms of the relationship with the neighborhood, I think that the record is, trying to think of an appropriately euphemistic term, catastrophic, disastrous, very bad. It's being rethought, and the first thing that they've thought of to rethink it is that we should have a different relationship with each of these countries because, after all, they are all different. Duh. Let me just say a little bit. We could go on about that. We've got to get this right, and we've got to get the relationship with Russia right. Europe is condemned to live with Russia. It is a great power. It does have influence in the neighborhood. We can't ignore it. It's been there for 300 years. We think from time to time that we have a Putin problem. We do have a Putin problem. He's a particularly difficult man. But basically, we have a Russia problem. We have to grasp that problem. We have to come to an accommodation with Russia. Accommodation doesn't mean keeling over and playing dead. It means negotiating where we have common interests and we can do something together. Let me just say a word about I'll end on the global strategy, on the European global strategy. Let me move now to Europe's relations with emerging powers. We are in a world of power transition. There are rising powers and there are declining powers. And to my mind, there is absolutely zero doubt that today Europe is a declining power. In almost all categories of policy area, I think it's a declining power. In the United States, there is an incredibly vigorous and lively debate about how the United States should think of the emerging world, power transition, what sort of a world we're moving into. Is it multipolar? Is it bipolar? Is it whatever? Do we pull back with restraint, as somebody like Barry Posen says, or do we move forward, as Brooks and Walforth and others are arguing? It's a huge debate. It's a very rich debate. It's a lively debate. It's an interesting, and it's an important debate. We don't have that debate in Europe. And if we look at the way in which the European powers have negotiated their relationship with the emerging powers, the picture is not good there either. Basically, China, India, Brazil, Russia don't quite know what to make of the European Union. They don't really understand it. Actually, I don't think the United States understands it either. But certainly these emerging powers don't quite know what to make of it. You have to, in this context, make a big distinction between the European Union per se and the member states. And the member states in this area are calling all the shots. There's not a lot that the European Union per se is or can do. And certain member states have far more influence and impact in the emerging powers than the Union itself. Germany has much more influence in China and in Russia than the European Union does. France has much more influence in India, for all sorts of reasons which I can go into. Much more influence than the European Union and much more influence than Britain. And Portugal arguably has some sort of residual relationship in Brazil. But the point is that there's been this shift in attitudes over the last 10, 15 years, whereby some of these countries, and I was giving talks in China, in Australia, in India 10, 15 years ago, and they were interested. Yes, Europe looks like a good idea, trying to be autonomous from the United States. What a good idea. Let's have a go at that. No longer. They don't think of it in that way anymore. There's been a major shift in attitudes, and a lot of the literature on this makes that shift very clear. Europe has, in effect, failed to capitalize on the desire of these other emerging powers to distance themselves from the United States. The whole of Latin America, of South America, we've seen them go leftwards over the last 10 years. They were looking for some sort of a lead. We've not been able to provide it. India as well. The relationship between the European Union and India has been stagnant for about 10, 15, 20 years. They've been trying hard to sign a mutual pact, but all they do is discuss it and talk about it and go home and then come again and say, why did nothing happen? So I think for all these reasons, the relationship with the emerging powers, and I've just written a long chapter in a book coming out on this, which I can circulate if necessary. The relationship with emerging powers is not a good story, and it is the case that those powers do understand what the United States is and are happy to have a good relationship with it if they can. They don't really understand what the European Union is, and so they have a relationship with Germany, or they have a relationship with France, or they have a relationship with the UK. I was going to end, I've got according to my watch, 45 seconds to go. I was going to end on the European Global Strategy process, which is ongoing. Europe is giving itself a global strategy. It will give itself a global strategy by June. It's been working on it for a year. Just two very, very quick points. One is that, and I've been involved in this on the margins in a number of meetings and workshops, there's a danger in making it too complicated. A strategy has to be clear guidelines. And the sorts of papers that we're seeing are making the snapshot of the world that we live in far too complicated to comprehend. You need some basic, parsimonious, realist building blocks about power and about anarchy in the system and about self-help and so on and so forth. I find myself becoming a realist, much against my better judgment, in thinking about these things, but the danger is that we'll talk ourselves into values and ideas and so on and so forth, and as we've seen, that doesn't get you very far. My final point on this is that the global strategy may be a global strategy in terms of trade and so on and so forth, but in terms of the European Union's contribution to peace and security, the neighborhood is the target. The neighborhood must be the focus. It has to be made very explicit and clear that that neighborhood, from the Arctic to the Black Sea and from the Bosphorus to the Atlantic, is full of crises popping up all over the place. The European Union has got more than enough to do to try to deal with that and not grapple with more global security issues going forward. I'll stop at that.
Thank you, Professor Howarth. Our final speaker of this panel and of the symposium will be General the Lord David Julian Richards. Baron Richards is a retired senior British Army officer who was formerly the Chief of the Defence Staff, the professional head of the British Armed Forces and military strategic advisor to the British government, as well as a member of the National Security Council. He has served with NATO as a major general and commanded the International Security Assistance Force in Afghanistan. Upon retiring in 2014, he was created a life peer, taking the title Baron Richards of Hurst-Monceau, and has since published his memoir, Taking Command. Please give a warm welcome.
Well, thank you all very much, and Sherman, I think thank you for asking me to do this. I'm not an academic, which you're about to see in spades, and I'm always somewhat in awe of those who are for the eloquence of their arguments. I'm a practitioner and proud to be so, but actually I've always had a good relationship with academics who have fed me many useful ideas, and occasionally I like to think I've reciprocated, but not very often. Like all good generals, I'm going to start by defining the question, global order. So I thought, what is a global order? Or global disorder, as far as I can see. And I listed a few things that I'm involved in myself, for example, at the moment. What's going on in the Middle East, ISIS or Daesh, the Sunni-Shia struggle, what's going on in the North African littoral, the sub-Saharan African conflicts, Southwest Asia, Afghanistan is not yet over, Pakistan, India, very brittle, Southeast Asia, what's China up to, Japan getting a little bit more self-confident and assertive, North Korea, and of course Russia, and it's near abroad. And yet, what is Europe doing while all this goes on? And I was delighted to hear what you just said, Professor, because I think in some respects it's quite understandable that while frustrated, or some people may be frustrated, Europe is rather focused internally and on the issues that are in its immediate vicinity. But it is at the same time rather disappointing. It's very focused on its economy, which I personally feel it has screwed up really badly. I think one of the problems, that fascinating slide about dissatisfaction in Greece, for example, with their lot in Europe, and by Europe I'm talking about the EU, by the way, not Europe, which whatever happens out of Brexit will still be very close to most Britain's hearts. But so I'm talking about the EU. But I remember when I was based in Germany, I was based in Germany at the time of the referendum on whether Britain would join the euro. And a lot of people thought, well, it doesn't really matter that Greece self-evidently, and certainly in academic terms, was not ready to join the euro. It was pushed into it by a political ideal and by a political class that thought that it would all be all right on the night. And I don't know about you, but I'm a sort of reasonably moral guy. I find it offensive that that European political class does still not understand the misery that it's brought to not only Greece but other parts of southern Europe. It seems to me that the ends justify the means for these people, and of course for those living through this hell, that is not the case. And I think a little bit of that you saw reflected in some of the statistics that you've just seen, and that indeed, Jolyon, you brought out so very well. I was Chief of the Defence Staff when Lord King, as he is now, Mervyn King, who was Governor of the Bank of England, asked me to go and visit him in the Bank of England. And I tried to work out why would the Governor of the Bank of England want to see me, a mere soldier. Mervyn has since become a very good friend. The reason he asked me to a very fine lunch in the Bank of England was to check that, one, I was logging what was happening in southern Europe in terms of the potential for social instability as a result of what was happening to the economy, and secondly, to make sure that I realised how little money would be spent on defence in Europe over the years ahead, and the impact that would have on defence spending generally, and most obviously in the case of Great Britain. I had actually, somewhat to my surprise, been monitoring these things, and I think I sort of reassured him. But it's very interesting, this was back in about 2010, that someone like Mervyn King, who's a very great intellect, had noticed things that we rather thought were the preserve of people in the military or in defence specialities. And I think it's been playing out, by the way, although not to the degree that we thought might happen, which says a lot for how civilized most Europeans are. But how did Europe allow this to happen, one might argue, this great organization that, and I've heard the words again a couple of times today, that understands and should be so good at what some call the comprehensive approach, which isn't new, by the way, to any of us who are sort of soldiers, because it's just an extension of what Clausewitz said all those years ago about war being extension of politics by other means. It's a version of that. What might Europe do, though, to improve things? Well, I'm a little pessimistic, and I'm just going to finish by explaining why. We need, and it was very good to hear the term grand strategy earlier. I haven't heard it elsewhere today. I've been saying for some time that the world needs, and I'm really thinking of the Western world, but it would have to bring in other allied nations, needs a grand strategy to solve many of the things, not least ISIS, that is confronting it. It also requires statesmen to understand the requirement for such strategy, and I don't see any statesmen in the Western world at all at the moment. Occasionally they sort of begin to pop up and then they go back down, and I'm sure that's another very interesting topic for you to look at with a statesman. Does the current political process allow for them? I'm not certain it does. I see lots of policy. I see lots of tactics, and I did say the other day when I was giving a small talk to the first seminar that I'm always mindful of Sun Tzu's great dictum that strategy without tactics is the slowest route to success, but tactics without strategy is merely the noise before failure or defeat. And I see a lot of tactics, as I said, but very little strategy. Theoretically, and this is the frustrating for those that support the EU in principle, the EU is very, very strong. It combines all the levers of power in one organisation, but it doesn't seem to get its act together when it really comes to it. And I think the reason is that it is 28 nations. And although I'm not advocating it, by the way, and you've seen or you've heard from Jolyon exactly why Brexit is a real threat, I have to say, from the description that you used. This is very live to people in Britain at the moment. But the irony is, if they came together as a United States of Europe, which I think the original founding fathers probably intended to be the case, wisely they didn't say it at the time, then the EU, Europe, would be very, very strong. But if they don't, and I don't see it happening, I have to say, less likely today than it has been for some time, then I don't think Europe will ever be the strength and the influence that many of us wanted it to be, including myself. And I could never work out early on why my father was so pro-EEC in those days. Well, he was a World War II generation officer, and he never wanted to see another war on the continent. And like so many of his generation, the solution for him was what became the EU. Very quickly, if you need to achieve a strategy, once you've devised it, you need unity of purpose. And you need unity of command when you actually execute it at the military level. You don't even have unity of purpose at the moment, and certainly no hint of unity of command. This plays out in defence spending, where most European nations spend very, very little on defence, around 1%, 1.2% of their GDP, in many cases declining GDPs. And yet, as I said at the beginning, this is in a world that is very troubled indeed. I mean, how can Europe today be taken seriously by many other nations in the world who are suffering so much when that record is exposed to them? They've got weak economies, which will aggravate that problem. And mass still matters when it comes to defence. You need to be able to freeze the environment in which you're working if it's a stabilization operation. And if it's an intervention operation, you need numbers. And I'm afraid mass, except probably in China and in the United States, is no longer able to be generated. So that gives us a real problem in itself. And then, of course, you've got NATO. So why do you need the ESDP when we're all in NATO? And that's where the heart of our defence lies. So finally, to summarise, EU, huge potential, huge hopes, huge vision there. But in practice, unless it comes together in a truly federal setting, then I'm afraid our hopes will always be disappointed. And I don't see that happening anytime soon, as I've just said. And just on, and one or two of us are from Great Britain, with Boris Johnson just coming out for Brexit, joined by a very considerable intellectual politician in Michael Gove. I would not be surprised, and I'm not doing any more than the rest of you other than speculate, that this doesn't generate a lot of momentum. And if Britain does come out of the EU, it will undoubtedly further weaken the EU at a time when it cannot afford it. And I think that is a very worrying thing that we'll have to work through if and when it happens. But maybe you were even more visionary than you thought, certainly if I look at it from a British perspective, when you chose this subject for this year's EPIIC, Sherman. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Baron Richards and all of our panelists. We will now open to discussion and any questions our panelists would like to pose to each other.
You want to go straight to the audience?
If you guys have no comments for each other.
I'm sure there's plenty of questions.
Yeah.
All right, we will go.
I've got a small comment. I guess I'd like to pose a question to the last two speakers. What is it that England could possibly do to help Europe instead of constantly poo-pooing it?
Europe could understand. Great Britain could understand. The first thing that British could do to help is to understand that they are a small power off the coast of off the coast of Europe, and that 51st state status is not on offer, and that historically they have no alternative but to throw in their lot with the European Union. I think if Britain leaves the European Union, They will be begging for membership in about 25 years' time. They will accept the entire acquis and become the most disciplined member of the European Union.
I'm very glad to say that I've just been given a solution. We might join the euro, but we won't join the euro. I don't know. I think.
But politically.
Yeah, I think the problem is that right now, as much as I might instinctively like to find some way of helping, I'm not certain Julian's entirely right. I mean, I have to say, I'm going to come out now. I am a Eurosceptic. I've gone from one extreme to the other. I don't really like what I see of Europe at the moment. I see it being rather indolent. It's looking inward all the time. It's trashed its own ideals by the way it's treated Southern Europeans. It doesn't seem to be helping Syrians whose lives have been ruined. It's just something I want to be part of. And actually, I'm not certain it is. And I was a mainstream pro-European. And I think you're going to find this happen more and more. We are the 5th largest economy of the world. We're the number 2 power within NATO. I'm not certain that we are quite so little, and that we need to look on ourselves as just an integral part of Europe. If Europe was strong and prosperous and outward-looking and the liberal power that I'd hoped it would be, then I would want to be part of it. So I'm playing slightly devil's advocate, but I feel that's my problem at the moment. And lots of good people are thinking the same, not least someone like Michael Gove, who I know very well and who I know agonized over this. And for him to come out with a much sounder intellectual underpinning to his argument than mine, I think says a lot. And for those of you that do want, and I'm sort of still just there, Europe to succeed, you need to tell us what's required, I think. And then, we may be able to help construct the arguments, and I can reconstruct myself in your eyes.
Well, taking command, for instance, I mean, all we get from England, I mean, talking about the European. Yeah, I think what sort of is peculiar is this sort of waiting for solutions that we know British thinkers have, but don't offer them. For instance, Europe should take on more migrants, and yet there are hardly any being taken by the UK. There is a mission from the UK by its leader to Europe, instead of offering command or leadership, offers questions and negotiation packages and vacillations, and then going back to, things don't look so hot over there, and it's a peculiar sort of attitude, I must say.
Well, I know Julian will have a view. I agree with you, but I'm not certain that's anything to do with his approach to Europe. This is the political class, as I say, with a statesman, and it's not just in Britain. I'm constantly disappointed by our leadership, and other parts of the world are suffering the same. So I'm not saying it's just about Europe, though. It's about lots of things that we are crying out for leadership in.
Let me just repeat that I think that the British have had an identity crisis ever since 1945. They don't really know whether they are just a little island nation or part of a former global empire. They don't really know whether they're European or Atlanticist. There are these two axes on which they're torn. General de Gaulle spoke to Winston Churchill on the 11th of November 1944 in Paris, when Churchill visited de Gaulle in Paris for the celebration of the armistice, 11th of November 1944. And de Gaulle said to Churchill, we've had different wars, we've had very different experiences in the war, and we've come out in slightly different ways. But objectively, we are both in exactly the same situation in the global order. And if we pull together, we can lead Europe in a real direction and make Europe into a serious partner of the superpowers. And Churchill kind of listened and said, well, that's all very nice, but we've got an alternative option. It's called America. And that has been the fundamental problem ever since, that they can't decide. Now, I think that if Britain pulls out of the European Union, the United States' interest in the United Kingdom will plummet. And all of these predictions about Britain going from strength to strength in the world will fizzle, because I don't think that's going to happen. So with the greatest of respect, I think it is profoundly in Britain's interests to stay in. It's profoundly in the European Union's interest to stay in, and the Brexit, will be the biggest disaster in the modern world.
I must say, it's nothing to do with that, though. It's about emotion, and that's the problem.
Well, it's about identity, is what I'm saying. It's about identity.
I agree with you.
Any further comments?
Let's go to the audience.
All right, we'll now open to a Q&A with the audience, please. We have a little under 25 minutes.
It's more energy, depending on what's just happened here. Let's see where we go.
Okay.
Are we getting paid for this?
Look at the audience is leaving. No, the audience is lining up.
The audience is.
Come to me.
I
thought they're
suggest they go to
leaving,
the
but
other
actually
mic as
going
well.
to the microphone.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is YC Wang. I'm with the Beijing Foreign Studies University. My question is addressed to either the Lord Richards or the Dr. Mathis. But actually, as Dr. Howard has said, Britain will actually flee back to EU after several decades. Well, the English people also said about this to Scottish people. But what we see is that no matter the people of Britain would leave or would stay, would you agree with me that British people will always be some member, there might be a member whose body is in the European Union, but whose heart will never be inside of it? Thank you.
I think that's my point about emotion, and your point, Gillian, about confusion. So I think that's right. And don't forget, though, we are talking about the EU. I think there is too much loose talk about Europe, and when we actually mean the EU. And those who have thought about it much more than me would see Europe flourishing, even without necessarily the discipline and constraints of the EU. But
Oh, thank you. Yeah, just, I mean, don't forget that Britain joined the European Economic Community at the time, despite themselves almost, right? I mean, this wasn't something that they desperately needed or wanted. It was more of a pragmatic economic choice. 2-3 decades of slower growth, very much slower than Italy, France, and Germany. So it seemed like the obvious thing, trade and so on. But I think the fundamental thing is just, and I say this as a Belgian, right, where I grew up with consensus politics, where no matter who you vote for, a socialist will be in the government, right? And no matter, I mean, that's changed. The last government actually doesn't have any social democrats anymore. But there is something about British democracy, and you even see it in the way the parliament is set up, right? It's not like this auditorium. It's opposing forces. British democracy is about choice, always, right? And to me, the main problem what you see in Europe, and you know, many of us have now talked about this, Southern Europe doesn't have a choice right now. No matter who they vote for, no matter what they want, they have to put through certain economic policies. And here the Brits, they love austerity right now, right? I mean, they have re-elected a government that has done some of the worst austerity than Margaret Thatcher ever even imagined was possible. But they voted this government back in. End of the discussion, right? This is what the British people wanted. Not all of them, obviously, and the system is not perfect. And so I think there's something... I remember Martin Wolf once was asked what he thought of the euro, right? I mean, whether he was happy Britain didn't join. And I've rarely seen him emotional, but he was like, the idea, he said, that some Finnish Eurocrat in Brussels is going to tell my democratically elected chancellor on how to structure his budget. He's like, I find this offensive, he said. And over my dead body, he said, we will join the euro. And I mean, not to confuse the euro with the European Union and so on, but yeah, I mean, there's been very little love lost between Britain and the European Union when it comes to this. And I think that's important as well in this discussion.
Sam Whitefield, Tufts Senior and former EPIIC alum. I'll direct my question to Dr. Haworth or the General, whomever prefers it. Dr. Haworth, you spoke of Europe's allies not really understanding what the EU is. And I wonder, when the General was speaking, it seemed to me that he was making the point better than I could, that I'm not even sure if Europe understands precisely what it is. So with all of these crises that we've been seeing, does it demonstrate the end of this era of politics in which you discuss and come to a consensus? Is it necessary, as the general was saying, for someone to take centralized command and lead the EU forward?
I think my point was that, you know, the way the European Union functions is immensely complex and very difficult to understand and to come to intellectual grip with, grasp. So that when people in, you know, Beijing or Delhi or Sao Paulo try to think about how they can enter into a meaningful and constructive relationship with the European Union, that first obstacle of understanding quite what this actor is a huge obstacle to overcome. And I say that that's the same problem to a certain extent in Washington. I mean, there's always been the question of what is the telephone number, and the appointment of a new high representative as the institutional representative of the foreign and security policy hasn't resolved that issue, because people still want to talk to heads of state and government. So it's not so much the question of whether the experiment is going to fail. It's a question of perceptions of how complicated it is to understand what this experiment is. I'm convinced the experiment will go on. I do not think for one moment that Europe will collapse. I certainly hope it won't, because I am a card-carrying Europhile. It may not sound like it from what I'm saying. I'm saying this out of great regret and out of having studied the European Union for the last 30 years and been very, very positive and optimistic for most of those 30 years. Right now, I'm pretty pessimistic for a lot of reasons. So it's not that I think the thing is going to collapse. I think that we will continue to muddle through for quite a time. But the issue of leadership, the issue of where you go next, is absolutely critical. And every conference I've been to in the last 5 years, probably been to, I don't know, 80 or 100 conferences, I kid you not. There's somebody who gives a paper which asks or answers this question. And the answer to the question is, well, we either have to go great leap forward to a federal superstate future, or we collapse, or we muddle through. Well, since neither federalism nor collapse is going to happen, we just have to muddle through. To me, that's not a solution. We have to do better than that. But for the moment, I don't have the solution.
Julian, they don't need a phone number anymore. They're tapping the phones of Angela Merkel already.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Hi, my name is Marie Karam. I'm a senior and an EPIIC student here, and my question is for Mr. Drogi. Thank you for your perspective on the environment in Europe and the global order, but my question is more, how do you convince these countries that are more focused on rekindling their economies and fixing the economy, especially after the Great Recession, to invest for a long-term solution, as you showed the wind turbines, the renewable energy that in the long term would provide a better solution? These countries are coming together in Paris and discussing solutions, but there's nothing that really seems to be happening. So how would you convince these countries to forget the short term for the sake of the long-term preservation of the environment?
Well, thank you for the question. Very good point you're making, but it's not a question of short-term or long-term. It's a question of transition and a question of committing to a path of transition which has a focus, which has a strategy, and pursues short-term objectives in achieving outcomes. And individual countries can do that, and even individual towns and communities can do that. Europe, EU as a whole, has a difficult time with that, because it's trying to integrate energy systems which are, by definition, incompatible. You can't integrate a fossil and nuclear model, which is based on baseload power, giant generators, big grids, with a distributed, sensitive, locally based, redundant, strategically much more logical distributed system. They're incompatible. And if you're trying to do that to an European energy union, you're going to squeeze out this transitional move, which is actually economically much more sensible. We have lots of studies that show within relatively short time periods, after 2 or 3 years of investment, you get this extraordinary differential savings. You have to spend money, but you're going to spend less money than you have to do to maintain your fossil fuel park. So the economic questions out of the economic sort of equations out of the, that's not a debate. The political and economic incumbent powers that are interested in maintaining the current system, that's the problem. The other problem is, of course, that in the EC, or in the former EC, the EU, in the Commission particularly, you have no democratic access. You don't have access to decision-making, which goes back to the base. You have essentially technocrats or bureaucrats making decisions on behalf of a large vision for Europe in an energy system. But what you really need to do is provide a network of decision-making that's locally delegated and distributed and allows for decision-making locally. It's a bit like the United States. There's a lot more progress being made in Massachusetts, in Delaware, in California, in local governments and regions than you see it in Washington. And I think that's the nature of renewable energy, of local distributed supply. And I'm much more optimistic if we begin to realize that it's not a long-term investment, but a short-term, transitional series of technical choices towards that strategy of becoming independent from those antiquated systems.
Hi, first of all, thank you. I'm Rosa, I'm from Spain. So I found it really interesting. Exchange student here for the year. My question is directed to Dr. Mathies. So when you saw the satisfaction with democracy, I do believe it's for political reasons. I think in the case of Spain, corruption has a lot to do with it too. But my question really is, do you think that actually strengthening the power of the parliament, the European Parliament, and maybe decreasing the power of the Troika and other entities that are not elected, because in Spain we all heard I didn't vote for Angela Merkel. Do you think that would would draw countries in, and would it help towards the federal system that we all want? Thank you.
Thank you, Rosa from Spain. Very, very good question. Yeah, I mean, I struggle with the democracy question because simply because people don't no longer vote for Partido Popular or for the Socialist Party, but go for Podemos or Ciudadanos or places like that, is not necessarily a weakness of democracy, right? I mean, I think that's something that the literature struggles with because we like to see kind of alternating left and right governments, and much of Southern Europe has a established pattern of this. So I think people voting for Podemos and for Ciudadanos and places like this, I think it comes definitely from a frustration with corruption and so on. But if you look at Italy, for example, I mean, these are way worse figures than when Berlusconi came to power or when the mid-90s. So, I mean, I think there is something about democracies and choice. So what worries me about the European Parliament, and that was kind of the naive belief that the last European elections, which everybody was hailing as a great success because turnout had not dropped any further. It had gone from 43 to 43.1%, right? And that was seen by Europhiles as this great success. But what worries me there, that even though Juncker was quote-unquote elected as a Spitzenkandidat, but who's in charge in the European Parliament? It is three parties. I mean, it's the whole center against the extremes, right? Does that allow for choice again, right? And so it's an old argument from Simon Hicks from London School of Economics, but you do need more politics at the European level. Because my understanding is that at least in the Commission, there's quite a bit of politics that plays out within these directorate generals. But I think that's where, I mean, again, if Calypso were still here, I imagine she's long since left. But it's a problem of having a democracy, right? Like we're multiple peoples and wanting to create something. For better or worse, And I really say this, and I think the nation state has gotten a bad name because of nationalism and the anti-immigrant rhetoric and this kind of inward-looking anti-globalization name that it gets. For better or worse, democracy still, democratic legitimacy remains with the nation state. And we've seen this after the global financial crisis, that countries look towards their own governments to solve it. And as much as Barroso said, look, here's what the EU stimulus looks like, because he added up 28 countries as national stimulus and came up with some fantastic number. I'm like, yeah, but I mean, that's adding numbers. So I think as long as that's the case, as people find that legitimate government remains with the nation state level and not with Europe, you can increase powers of the European Parliament. I think it's going to make things worse rather than better.
I'd like to thank you all for a really great final EPIIC panel. My question is I'm Claire Dowling from Trinity College Dublin, and my question is for General the Lords Richards. And I was just wondering, as a practitioner and as someone who is in Northern Ireland, to what extent do you think that EU membership, aside from all the other causes, helped peace in Northern Ireland? And also, to what extent do you think Brexit will affect Northern Ireland? I know the First Minister came out today and has said that they also want Brexit. They support Brexit. But I was wondering, do you think this will affect the peace? To what extent do you think this will affect?
Well, Claire, I think that's a very interesting question. Thank you for asking it. I hadn't thought of that issue. My instinct, but you'll probably know this better than me actually, is that the reason why we achieved the peace we have in Northern Ireland is because people were just tired of the war. It took 30 years, and people actually, interestingly, when you look at counterinsurgencies and nations and organizations' ability and willingness to sustain the many, many years of effort required to solve these things. And of course, I'm thinking of Afghanistan and Iraq. We've all got fed up with them, but actually it's half the time we've taken it in Northern Ireland. So I think that was patient, sort of negotiation, a combination of political, economic, and military effort on both sides, I have to say, that has led to the peace. I don't think our membership of the EU played a big part in it. That would be my instinct. In fact, I think most people in West Belfast probably don't even know they're in the EU.
And what about Brexit? Do you think it will affect it?
I don't think that's going to affect it at all. But it's interesting that the First Minister's come out for Brexit. Obviously, the relationship with Southern Ireland, with ERA, is going to be one that we'd have to work through because of our historical, economic, and political links. But if we come out, I would have thought that that will be one of many, many issues that is a real problem for those that want to come out. They've then got to work out the alternatives.
Could I make a point there? Please. I think you're absolutely right about the long-term reasons why peace came to Northern Ireland, but there was a lot of EU money involved that made the prospect of a post-settlement Ireland much more attractive. And again, I don't think it was the critical thing, but it was more than trivial, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Carl. I'm from the Danish Defense College, and my question is for you, Dr. Mathias. And you mentioned several, but two problems within the EU. You said there was the north-south problem with respect to the euro, which a lot of people at this conference have mentioned before you, but you also mentioned Poland and Hungary and the two not so very liberal governments they have elected. And then with regards to Dr. Howarth, did I pronounce it? Point about EU damaging its legitimacy, if I understood you correctly, by imposing double standards depending on who we're dealing with, then what should be EU, and by EU I suppose I mean Angela Merkel and Hollande's response to Poland and to Hungary if they continue to conduct a policy that goes against the basic democratic constitution?
Yeah, very good question. Thank you.
although I didn't want to, yeah, I mean, Denmark has been passing some questionable laws recently as well, right, when it comes to liberal democratic thinking. But it's interesting because Dan Kellerman, who's a professor at Rutgers University, has made this point that because there's more politics at the European level now, at the European Union, that this has allowed people like Orban to come to power and stay in power and not be reprimanded by the European Union. And what he means by this is that he's basically being protected by the European People's Party in the European Parliament, and that they're not willing to be very tough on one of their own, because in the end he's supporting the faction. And that's probably why the Polish government is having a harder time with the European Union, because they're not a member of any of the three factions in the European Parliament that are mainstream: liberal, social democratic, or conservative. Right? They're part of Farage's group. Sorry, they're part of Cameron's, the reformists. So they don't have as much support. I find this a really tough question because, I mean, again, these are governments that have come to power and have become democratically re-elected, right? And then the first instinct they have is to change constitutional courts and take away powers of media freedom and so on. And I mean, the more you read about it, the more it's murky, right? I mean, it's not purely that the governments they're replacing did very much similar things, right? They packed the courts with their own people, and they say they're restoring the balance, even though, I mean, I think that's less of an argument. It's not clear that Europe can do much and is willing to do much, and that's where the problem is. Because Orban is there now, he can always veto it, right? It's not that there's one, and so these procedures are hard to do. But I think they should do something, because, I mean, in the end, this is a major problem for EU soft power in the eyes of the rest of the world, right? And so this is creating a kind of, you know, I don't want to call it authoritarian quite yet, soft authoritarian, managed democracy, right? A front that, you know, you see when it comes to refugees, that makes it a lot harder to deal with, you know, common problems. So, I mean, I do think Merkel could be a lot harder on this and come out much more open, but I think politics and her inherent caution makes her not do so. And also there's so many other crises to deal with that this doesn't seem like a priority.
And I will not defend the recent elected Danish government at all.
Chairman, I'm showing 5:30. How would you like to proceed?
Do you want to have all the questions and round them up?
What do I mean by that? We are our international delegations and EPIIC and our invited guests. And there are some stalwarts here as well. To me, you know my passion. I would go on endlessly. I'm not even looking in this direction as I say this, but I better. Peter knows me for 40 years. This is the thirst of knowledge, and we're a leadership academy, and we're here regardless, because we're here. We basically invited you here for this kind of exchange. If there's the energy of our argument for an then I would prefer to have these questions heard, perhaps in the classic way that we have. Each person asks their question, and then we absorb it and try to integrate their answers, so it's more holistic. That's what I envision. But I think, in terms of the sanity of our panelists,
Are you filibustering this? Are you filibustering your own question answer? What? Sorry. Go ahead.
I think we have to have a common.
Yeah. Well, we can field the questions and then just answer them.
And that's what I think. If there's somebody who's obliged to leave because of family obligation or whatever, they have to leave in 10 minutes. So is there anyone like that? Because then we can address the questions to that individual. Yeah. Is someone else who is...
Or we could take all questions and have Julian answer first.
Just ask your questions all at the same time. And then we'll
All right, so you've got to leave Julian in 10 minutes. Is there anyone else who's obliged to leave within a half hour? Okay.
Half hour is good.
No, I'm talking about...
Yeah, half hour.
Anyone who can't from the audience can do it anytime. Okay, so...
We're hostages.
For Dr. Howard?
Yes.
Yes, all right. So then,
Okay.
and since they've got to
So, hello, I'm Sayuri from Roma Tre University, Italy. And thank you, Dr. Howard, for your brilliant presentation. And I just had a short question. I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on the need for the European Union to accommodate Russia, negotiate with it, you said. Can you elaborate more on it? Thank you.
Yes, Jed Schwartz from Somerville. So to get from, to accomplish Peter Drogi's goals, which are the environmental goals that numerous people besides Mr. Drogi share, it's necessary to, this is a question for Dr. Howarth, it's necessary to somehow overcome the opposition. The parties in the United States are known as climate deniers. The question is, how strong are the climate deniers in Europe? And my surmise is, and I wonder whether you share it, that too long? All right.
That question is rapidly and easily answered. They don't exist.
Thank you.
One more here.
Correct?
Okay.
Brilliant. Do we have other questions for Professor Haworth?
Question also for Dr. Haworth. I'm the delegate of China last year, and I'm now a science student. Hello. And yay. Yeah. And so my question, thank you. Yeah, thank you. And so my question is that it seems to me for an integrated regional integration and also for the establishment of institutions, it seems to me it comes naturally that politics would come and the redundancies of institutions will revolve towards each other, and it brings to us that this is inevitable. So for your mentioning the how the emerging world, how China and India deal with Europe, I think initially the establishment of the European community is supposed to be something that accelerates the international interactions.
Can you please ask your question?
Yeah, so, okay. So my question is, what do you think is the seemingly redundancy of institutions in the EU means to the institutionalization of other parts of the world, especially in the perspective of regional integration? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. Eva Frendenberg from Vesalius College in Brussels, and I wanted to just briefly ask you to elaborate a bit on how the EU, in drafting its security strategy, could come up with clear and succinct guidelines while also being flexible enough to kind of accommodate rapidly changing threats, for example, in the realm of cybersecurity. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions for Professor Haworth? No. Ivana.
Hi, my name is Giovanna. I'm currently with EPIIC this year, and my questions for Dr. Haworth. We are talking about constructing a constructive relationship between Europe and emerging powers, and I'm wondering whether a realist and parsimonious strategy wouldn't, in fact, help accentuate Europe's failure to recapitalize itself in the global order and actually foment the residual and limited partnerships it has with emerging powers currently. Thank you. I'm from Brazil.
Good. Okay, we done? On Russia, I think the issue is that given that we are geographic neighbors and that we have to come to some sort of an understanding with Russia, which we have had in the past. It's not that there are intractable or inevitable or inexorable conflicts or contradictions. We need to come to some sort of bonne intelligence, as the French would say. There are many interests that we have in common with Russia over, getting a decent gas and oil arrangement in both directions, over counterterrorism, over, many things like the removal from Afghanistan, which is now actually going bad. We need Russia's cooperation there. for the resolution of the situation in Afghanistan. We needed Russia for the resolution of the Iranian problem. So there are many, many things on which we have interests that we can share with Russia. We need to focus on those. That's not to have a sort of rose-colored spectacle approach to the thing and think that Russia is, going to change overnight. But instead of thinking about how we contain Russia or how we sort of confront Russia or that, we need to have a much more constructive approach. And I think in that context, the EU has its own direct interests in relation to Russia, which are not necessarily, or indeed not at all, the same as the United States' relations with Russia. So that's something we need to think through, and I don't think it's beyond the wit of man to do so. I didn't quite understand the question about institutions, about the redundancy of institutions. I don't know where the questioner has gone now, but it seemed to me that what you were saying was that the EU has, over time, accumulated a vast number of institutions and made itself unreadable. Is that what you were saying?
That is my understanding what you mean.
That was what I was saying. Yeah. Well, I think that there will come a moment, or can come a moment, when we need to review some of these, and instead of, over time we have simply layered on more and more institutions to the point where even the people within the institutions don't quite understand how they interact. So a degree of rationalization there would be extremely welcome, and it would certainly make it a lot easier for other people to understand what's going on. But I think that can only come with this sort of bold leap forward to a much more streamlined and quasi-federal system, which I'm not sure is going to happen in my lifetime or even in yours. So on that, I mean, I would not have an objection to Europe becoming a federal state, a la United States of America. I just don't think it's going to happen. So that's all. The European global strategy, yeah. Have you read any of the, who was asking that question? Have you read the documents or the drafts of the EGS? A little bit, but I mean, because, we start off with the observation that the world is more complex, more connected, and more contested. And then we go into great detail about what we mean by that. But in actual fact, I wonder whether the world is necessarily more complex, whether it's even more connected than at other times in the past, or indeed contested. If you read Neil Ferguson's War of the Worlds, he starts off with an Englishman sitting down in London in 1900 who can order something up from Bombay and take a telegraph to here and whatnot. And he produces a sort of picture of a world which is at least equally connected to the world of today, except not so fast. I mean, now it's in real time, but the connections were the same. And many have argued that from economics and trade perspective, there was maybe more interconnectedness there then than there is today. So I'm not sure that, and contested, the world has always been contested. So we should not be trying to make it more complicated to understand than it necessarily is. Was your question the one about would a dose of realism make it more difficult? That was yours, okay. So that's the segue into this question, which is the final one that I'm going to deal with. Not necessarily, but I think that we do need to understand the basic building blocks of the international system. And those basic building blocks have not changed. We have a whole raft of international institutions. We have a body of international law. Yes, all of that is great. That's good. We don't have an enforcement mechanism yet for the international law, but we do have the International Criminal Court, and maybe some of that's coming on board. But nevertheless, we still have an anarchic system. We still have a real importance to understand the role of states in this. Europe is not a state. It's the only one of the major powers in this multipolar world that we're moving into, which is not a nation state or a central state. Okay? And we need to understand that the other players in this game are going to behave as they have always behaved, as states have always behaved throughout history, and not assume that they have bought on to our values-laden sort of humanistic approach to the world. Distribution of power is very, very important. We don't talk about power in Europe. We don't like talking about power. But power is really important out there, and we need to understand what it is and how we get it and what we do with it. And that's why I think, to talk about normative power and soft power and smart power is fine. They're not completely meaningless concepts, but we also need to match that with real power as we've always understood it. Thank you. Thank you for your question. I'm sorry. I have to teach at Yale tomorrow morning. I got to go. Thank you very much.
Now, I think if it's agreeable to everyone, we'll field the last of the questions and then allow our panelists to respond. So
all right, very brief question. My name is Vitaly Kozyrev, professor at Endicott College. The BRICS countries often blame the system of financialized capitalism as the underlying cause of the crises in Europe, including those we mentioned during these panels. So my question is probably mostly to Dr. Matthias. If you could elaborate a little bit on the connection between the overall overarching crisis of the financialized capitalism and the crises in Europe. Just one example, just that how there is an understanding in Russia that, for example, when Russia was trying to re-engage with Europe, especially in terms of business relations, economic relations, someone said, just how would you re-engage with Europe, whereas Europe having like 400 billion trade with turnover with Russia, having probably 3 trillion financial dependency with the European or with the American and global financial institutions, so you would never convince Europe to go back to the normalcy in terms of relations with Russia because of the factors of financialized capitalism and the interdependency, transatlantic interdependency. So just like, if you could elaborate a little bit on these more or less like global, like systemic crisis and the crises in what we see in Europe. Thanks so much.
Hello, my name is Kyowon. I'm from Seoul National University, South Korea. I have a question for Professor Drogi. I'm interested in EU's energy mix and Germany's nuclear power phase out. Do you think other EU countries will be willing to and be able to follow Germany's practice despite the high costs? Thank you.
Oh, hello, I'm Caio from the University of São Paulo in Brazil, and my question would be for General Lord Richards or Dr. Matthias. Being the S&P a more considerable force not only in the Highlands but in Westminster now, what will be the possible outcome for Hollywood from the Brexit? What are the moves that they can make there, and how will it work out for the Scots? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Wu Tong. I'm from Beijing Foreign Studies University in China, and my major is Swahili literature. And my question goes to Mr. Drogi, if I'm right. Yeah, as we all know that we are talking about like Europe in a global order, and we all know that like U.S. and European Union, and you do have a lot of money for like construction of new renewable resources and all the fancy high tech. But as far as like African concerns, they don't have really a lot of money for that. So the problem is that how to find a balance between like the economic growth and also the protection of environment. So I'm asking if there are any suggestions from the European side or just from your side and an experience for that. And thank you so much.
Can I have two questions, if possible. Really quick.
Short.
Okay, I'm Jenny from Roma Tre University. One question is for Mr. Draghi. So, what do you think is the effect of the falling of oil price on the new investment on renewable resource? Considering that the capital moved towards a higher profitability. And the second question is for Dr. Matthias. So you say that European Union was a project. Was a core countries project or Belgium project. So could you imagine a southern countries movement trying to change the power balance, try to rebalance the power and maybe trying to reduce the powers of creditors? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mila. I'm part of this year's EPIIC colloquium, and my question is for Dr. Matthijs. I would like to ask you, what do you think, what is the safest way for Europe at this moment to do to prevent its power in the global order from diminishing? Considering you said that you don't think, you're slightly skeptical about integration, further integration working, do you think maybe the method should be enlargement of the half-built house we have now? Since Dr. Bechev yesterday was already talking about having potential EU members like Turkey already forming cores around them, periphery around themselves, becoming a new core. So is it maybe but what I said, enlarging the half-built house the safest way from Europe for retaining its power and preventing countries like Britain from leaving or someone else in the future?
Perhaps we can start from my left. And do you have any?
I don't know what order we want to go, but I guess I'm here at the end. So I know a little bit about Britain and Scotland, and so can take that burden from you. If Britain decides to leave the EU, Scotland will decide to leave Britain. I think that's pretty clear. May not happen immediately, but it's been talked about very openly. Nobody sort of debates that, I think, that Scotland wants to stay in Europe. All the hopes of the SNP for what a possible future for Scotland would be depend upon being part of Europe. So I think it's quite likely, as Calypso said the other day, that Cameron now has a possibility of 3 breaks, 3 failures. When Britain could break with Europe. If that happens, probably the Tory party will break apart, and probably the United Kingdom would break apart. So I think Scotland would be very likely to leave.
The Labour Party is done.
Huh?
And the Labour Party is done.
And the Labour Party, for the moment, seems done. I wish... perhaps it's because I'm a historian, and historians don't deal with what should be, but with what happened and what is. I feel that some of our discussion about the failures of the EU, all of which are true, accurate, is a little abstract in that we think, this is the way it should behave, and it doesn't do it. A couple of minutes ago, Jolyon made the sensible point that Europe was not a state, whereas other big players in the global order are states. Well, if that's true, then we can't criticize Europe, or ought not to criticize Europe for not being a state and being able to act like a state in constructing relations with emerging powers, or even really for not having a more robust security policy. As David said, there is NATO, so one doesn't have to have Europe do this. So I think we need to have a sort of pretty clear standard of what it is we're asking of Europe before we then criticize it for not reaching that standard. This would be a long, complicated discussion if we did that with every issue. My point was that Europe is something new. It isn't a state. And as something that isn't quite a state, but sort of is, it has a unique and, I think, still important role to play.
Okay, so very quickly, on financialized capitalism, and you're absolutely right to point this out, right? I mean, the euro crisis came about because of the global financial crisis exposed. I mean, when the tide goes out, you see who's swimming naked, right? And clearly the Greeks were swimming naked, not just in the Mediterranean, but all over financialized capitalism. I think that's important to establish, but it does seem to me that in many ways, the US being the most financialized and the UK, that these two places have also been a lot more pragmatic and willing to experiment with monetary policy to solve their crises, right? Whether they've put their economies on a more sustainable footing, I doubt, and that's where I would agree with your point. But think about it for a moment. If the European Central Bank had started a massive program of quantitative easing in the spring of 2009, buying up sovereign debt from the whole of Southern Europe, we wouldn't have had a euro crisis. I mean, it's very, and so I think in a way the kind of stubborn insistence on following rules and following treaties, as important as these things are when you have them, from an economic point of view, it made absolutely no sense. So, and that's where, I mean, your point is more relevant for, not for Greece, which wasn't as financialized capitalism, it was just an old-fashioned fiscal deficit. But when it comes to Ireland and it comes to Spain, I mean, this was kind of this magic machine of money that kept flowing in and kept pushing up all kinds of booms and so on. And this is something we have to address globally, and I don't think we've done that, right, in many ways. We're all happy that the crisis has gone away, but when it comes back, maybe there will be a push for some sort of Bretton Woods II system with a much more global system that will deal with this. Very quickly on the Scottish question, I mean, I agree with everything Professor Cronin has said. The one thing I would point out to the Scots, though, is that their rationale for independence was all about North Sea oil and how much money they were going to get from all of that, and all this money that the Brits, the English especially, take away from them. That's a very weak argument these days if you look at oil prices, right? So I mean, be careful what you wish for. And again, being independent and then applying, and I mean, it'll be interesting to see. The Northern Irish question has come up because, I mean, what do you end up with? You end up with the former United Kingdom after that, right? And these are kind of, it's an acronym you don't really want to have as a country, FUK. The EU as a project, the former United Kingdom, I don't know what you guys are thinking about. This is my Trump moment. The EU project, you're right, it's very much a project of the core countries. And of course, Italy was part of the original founding six. I mean, I do think what you see emerging in Southern Europe, where clearly, no matter how the Portuguese outgoing Prime Minister and Mariano Rajoy right now wants to spin the election result, I mean, it was a defeat for governing parties. They lost a tremendous amount of votes, right? They were voted out of office. But with the left, the real left, in power in Greece, the left in power in Italy, the left in power in France, the left in power in Portugal, and potentially, I mean, I think we'll have new elections in Spain, which may bring about a new government that could also be more from the left. It's unclear because they'll just redistribute the votes within the right and the left. So I don't know how much it'll solve. But that was the hope in 2012 when François Hollande was elected. I mean, he ran an anti-German ticket. People seem to have forgotten this, right? And so I don't know how much this is possible because not just that there's a tremendous amount of German power within the Eurozone, but it's very hard to change a consensus that was agreed so long ago, right? And I think that's why in the end I come out in more optimistic in the end about the Brexit vote, even though I'm worried about it. But I think at the end of the day, most kind of people who are in the middle of this question don't feel that strongly about leaving Europe will think about what they may potentially lose. It's not quite clear that the Leave campaign is making this case. It's a very romantic view of, and an old-fashioned view of sovereignty, right? I mean, if you ask the Swiss or the Norwegians how much they benefit from the EU, they'll say a lot, but they can't shape the rules. And then the last question, what's the best thing for Europe to do? I mean, again, I guess my last slide, maybe I wasn't as clear in my presentation, but I actually am a lot more optimistic about military integration. I mean, I don't see why we need 27 separate militaries. I mean, I think there's tremendous amount. I mean, most of our budgets goes to pensions and uniforms and headquarters. Lots of headquarters in Europe, a lot of headquarters, right? A lot of kind of duplication of things. And again, this doesn't have to be something that competes with NATO either, right? But I don't see why NATO can't have an American pillar and a strong European pillar, rather than kind of disproportionate share for Britain and France and so on. Because, I mean, this is already happening, right? Franco-British cooperation in military affairs is much more advanced now than we were dreaming about it in the early 90s. And so I think that is something where Europe could play a phenomenal role. I think from that point of view, the Arab Spring was a great missed opportunity for Europe because it happened in our neighborhood. We had been tremendously successful in integrating Eastern Europe and democratizing it. I mean, I'm not saying we should have enlarged the European Union towards Northern Africa, even though, I mean, it was pointed out earlier in the symposium that Algeria, for 4 years, was a member of the European Economic Community. So, I mean, there is a precedent there and Northern Africa is involved. But I think there, European, I mean, and not telling these countries on how they structure their democracy, but all kinds of civil society help, aid, political party, I mean, all this kind of stuff which shouldn't be kind of evil Western democracy promotion throwing over dictators, but just pure technical help. And I think we missed an opportunity there because we were in the midst of a euro crisis.
Well, I'll stick to Scottish independence post-Brexit. Although I would say on defence, you know, as someone who was charged with cutting, your emphasis on too many headquarters is right. I'm afraid until the European alternative to NATO becomes more militarily effective, you won't find any professional military guys saying that's where we should put our money. I can't tell you the difference, I'm afraid, between the capabilities of NATO and of the European equivalent. They're just not in the same ballpark. I'm not anti it, by the way, in principle. It's just the practicalities of it. On Scottish independence, I think I agree with you, Matthias. There's a lot to play for. Oil, I also scribbled down as an issue. It's not quite like it was even when the Scottish referendum took place. I think as the Scottish realise they're not necessarily the SNP, or the SNP is not necessarily the Scottish, a greater proportion will get slightly emotional about the thought of leaving the United Kingdom for Europe, particularly Europe, which by then, which is why, of course, David Cameron wants to get on with holding this referendum, could look less attractive even than it does today, particularly if the migrant crisis has intensified and the euro doesn't seem to be sorting itself out. I mean, will they even meet the euro criteria? Okay, we muddled it and fiddled it with Greece. I don't think anyone's going to do it again with Scotland. And actually, given that they don't have a particularly good economic prospect outside the pound, I'm not certain they'd even meet the criteria. So I think when it comes to it, whereas today the S&P are confident that they would manage to persuade people to leave the UK and join Europe and the EU, I'm not certain that would be the case on the day. And certainly those who are running Brexit think that it's all to play for yet, somewhat surprisingly.
Well, I had three questions. One had to do with a challenge whether developing countries could afford to go renewable as opposed to, I suppose, coal or nuclear. And I guess that's a rhetorical question. It's very expensive to build up a coal-fired electricity system. It's even more expensive to build up a nuclear system. The problem is that Europe has dark sides, I have to admit, is exporting nuclear power plants. The French give interest-free loans to India to build huge nuclear power plants that they can't even get to work in their own country. Systems that haven't been tried in Germany since the 1970s are being sold to India on an interest-free loan. Of course, once it's built, the real business starts with the uranium supply and the whole maintenance, and it's a nightmare. So it is a lot more sensible to move to an energy system which, yes, has capital investment costs, but has no resource costs. You don't need to pay for uranium or oil or coal. Once you have the system established, you have the sun, you have the wind, you have hydropower. By and large, besides biofuel, resource cost free. So the cost drops dramatically as soon as you have established the park. The question, can you afford to get out of nuclear? Well, the nuclear fleet of about 650 reactors around the world is aging. If you don't do anything to them, there won't be any left in 50 years. There'll be half of them left if you don't do anything in the next 30 years. The actual replenishment rate is so small that there's actually a declining number of reactors currently in the system. Most of the investments or construction schedules that are being promoted are marketing. most of them are not really real. There are plans. There are a very few number of reactors actually being built around the world. And if you look at the actual supply, the share of final energy supplied, it's 2.8% of global final energy supplied by nuclear reactors. They don't really figure significantly in the actual energy, commercial energy supply in the world. So countries will get out of them. Switzerland will move out of nuclear. There will be other countries following. Of course, there's always another motivation to go into nuclear besides energy supply. It's not really necessarily about energy supply. In India, it's to do with maintaining a nuclear position, to have access to plutonium, perhaps, or to enrichment capabilities. There's a thin line between the so-called civilian or peaceful use of reactors and the military use. So there's different motivations. Sometimes it's also to do with ignorance or with the sort of lack of faith in a system which isn't manly like a nuclear system. And I'm reminded of David Cameron's mission around Europe to try to convince everyone to be manly and stick to nuclear. The French, of course, many French politicians I talked to wish they had fewer reactors because they're coming online, they're getting older and older, and there's a blossoming of solar and wind societies and cooperatives in France. It's quite amazing, very dynamic world. The oil price, I think, doesn't really affect the question of investment in renewables. Nobody really trusts or believes the oil price will stay the way it is. I think there's people, even it hasn't even dented really Tesla's prospects, for instance. Tesla is turning a profit. People don't really buy into infrastructure based on the oil price. The coal price is another matter. The collapse of coal is probably a structural challenge, and many coal mines around the world, Australia, for instance, run on a loss. They couldn't actually afford to continue operation, but they maintain operation with government subsidies because the nature of the supply system or the generators, for instance, in Australia, is such that they depend on the coal supplies. They couldn't switch very quickly. But we have a global coal production generation crisis. In Germany, for instance, Vattenfall trying to offload coal generation. In Germany, can't find buyers. For instance, there's a big 9 cooling tower reactor near Berlin, burning off lignite, which is mined right there, still today, chewing up villages. People don't generally know that, but they can't find a buyer. They might find a speculator from the Czech Republic, just might play a sort of a short-term financial play to run the generator for another 5 to 10 years and then offload it as part of a tax scheme. But basically, coal is essentially dead around the world. I mean, it's not a what people expected. It's a bubble. It's a use bubble. I think the carbon cost is just enormous. There's very little private investment left in there. There's no private investment in nuclear. There's all government investment. There's hardly any investment in coal left. And the new equity market for building generators essentially doesn't really exist. So that's a short answer from me. Did you have something on cybersecurity?
Actually, thank you. Just one final thing. Speaking on emerging powers, on global or regional agreements to deal with the new challenges, I would say that maybe cybersecurity is one of the areas which, in which bilateral or regional agreements aren't possible. This really requires global decisions because of many specifics. Some of which I try to mention in my presentation, but really these activities are committed and are not limited by boundaries. They don't know limits like on the land or in the air or in the sea. And that's the reason it's necessary, I call it global decision, but it means agreement between the all influential powers in in the world, not on a bilateral basis like for the moment. For instance, I would mention China-Russia agreement on information security of 2016, or US-China agreement 2 years earlier, which may be very useful for the parties of the agreement, but are not contributing so much for the global solution of the real challenges we are meeting now. Thank you.
Thank you to all our panelists and everyone for coming today.
You want to take the microphone?
You need the mic?
Thank you for allowing 30 years to end in such a strong manner. It's been an incredible session. Our students come from 14 different universities from around the world, and our own students are very cosmopolitan and international themselves, whether it's Iceland or Macedonia or what have you. This is a global challenge that we're facing. Drew, you know, David, you recommended, yes, we chose well in terms of Europe, but it's how the students handled this, which was pretty damn remarkable. There was some sensibility and exchange here that identity was at the core issue. That's exactly what they chose to begin this forum with Thursday evening. I have a tremendous regard for this last colloquium class of EPIIC. You'll be having a very special place in my heart. And I feel not wistful at all, but tremendously energized because of the new friendships and the way in which we're going to be moving forward. Peter has an instance, and I for 4 decades, and now we have something else in our mind. And we'll let you know what that is in terms of trying to bring the kind of intelligence here. Our 25th anniversary was oil and water. We chose it because we believed everything interacted, and Peter was our Inspire Fellow and wrote one of his books here on the global city. The 30th anniversary is as beautiful, and we will ensure that we continue to learn. So yes, we're encouraging all of our panelists, and you're in the audience as well, to send us articles and critique, give us feedback. We care deeply about placing our students in the world. And so, Peter, it'll surprise you not at all to know that Nick Chassett is now in charge of renewable energy for the state of California. And Alexandra Wright graduated Sloan and won the top entrepreneurship prize and is working out in Silicon Valley on a certain kind of energy and chip stuff, which I can't even describe, but that's little Alex and little Nick, if you remember them. It doesn't matter what field we've chosen. Our community, I think, has pretty remarkable outcomes, and that's the metric of such an intensity. So the fact that you're here at 6 o'clock, you know, in this kind of a room, in this kind of an environment, I never worried about scale or size of audience. I worried about the intensity and the alertness and just the alacrity of the people who would get attracted to such a labyrinth, and you've done it again. And I just have a profound respect for my friends and for the people who came here, again, all for no honorarium, but to come just to essentially educate themselves. So it's a beloved community. Welcome to it, to those of you who are new. Matthias, when you spoke about Kindleberger, my heart leapt. We did transformations in the global economy, and Charles was my seer at that particular point. We miss him. And it's just legions of friends and ideas and concepts which galvanize in action and in what our students go on to do. So it's very touching to see a Chinese student come back, you know, who's now at SAIS. We want to keep in touch with all of you. We try to, and now closing this. Thank you very, very, very much. It is so much fun.
Bed's ahead.
I think when you...
I think bed is ahead for right now.
What is it?
Bed.
Your bed.
Excellent. Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. I have your email.